Jean Ortonfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Cawthon grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Cawthon for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
And straight off the bat, we can't see Jacob. There we go. I think and hope that all the technical issues should be done and everyone can hear everything. Cha-la-la-la.
Ingwe just rolled a natural 20 on his stealth check, hiding in the bushes.
Yeah.
So I couldn't see him.
He turned into confetti for a second there.
Yeah, that was him in the bushes.
Yeah.
That's cool. Let's see. Hopefully everything is the way it's supposed to be. I can see my soundbar moving. I can see the desktop audio moving. And when everyone does something, it moves. I'm pretty sure we are live. I'm sure that someone in the audience will tell us if we're not.
We are definitely live.
Yes. Anyway, yeah, we're definitely live. It's more if people can hear us or not. Right. So I guess today is the second last day of November, but there's still a Movember thing going, I guess, until tomorrow.
Probably. If it's Movember, I would assume it runs until the end of November.
Sorry, I just
not
wondered,
some weird date in the middle of November. It's all of November up till the 20th.
No, I just paused and then Sharad said something. I was waiting for the response. What he was.
My bad. Sorry. I was just on mute. I was just thinking aloud.
I'll try again. So there's still a Movember, and remember to reach out to other people if they have a Movember beard, if they are people who could need to talk to someone maybe that you know. We have a wonderful Discord. There should be some links in our chat. If anyone needs to or wants to, drop in there and share some of the love and kindness for each other and talk to some cool people, or just jump into a Discord and see if you can find someone to play with if you need to play Dungeons and Dragons. There's many opportunities. I think that's the only announcement I technically have today, which I inherited from Adam. Yeah.
I hate to say it, but I think we may be completely silent right now.
What?
I just switched over to that's why I was thinking aloud. Sorry, I switched over to
Did you mute the show, though?
Well,
No,
while you're doing technical difficulties, I'll deal with the munchkin that's not supposed to be in bed.
Not supposed to be in bed. Okay. That's odd.
Sorry, unless it's just mine, but I triple checked it on muting it.
I can hear Jacob. I heard Jacob. I can definitely hear Shirok in the background.
Can you hear me?
I can hear myself, which I hate.
Jabba jabba jabba. Bup, 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 bup.
Just waiting for it to catch up.
I'm just going.
Yes, and I can also hear you.
Okay, so it's just you who.
My thing.
Deaf.
Never mind.
For a second, I thought I had it together, and then you fucked me up.
It was just a joke. It was the joke.
Yeah.
Not the 1st of April. I hope we don't play on 1st of April. Fuck me. Yeah. Anyway, yes, my name is Tom. I am the producer and dungeon master of Monsters Mayhem. And if you have more dice than unpainted minis, you come to the right place. I think I said that one before, actually. Never mind.
Yes.
Anyway, while Ingwe is hiding in the bush as usual, we'll do a brief recap. Last time you were finally at a ball where you were at a ceremony where one of Tam's friends, Logan, were knighted, and so was two other individuals who are from the same Golden Gauntlet region. And
Hello.
doing
I
that,
Way too far, and my AirPods have gone off.
oh,
Have they gone back on? No, they haven't.
I guess I'll wait.
Just all those viewers out there, just start at 7:30. Like,
Well, then
I'm
we'll
very
be
stressed out about the fact that this is episode 13. Like, I know that it's my favorite number, but it's also like doom and destruction, and we just had a brush with actual literal death, so I'm kind of like, oh, cool.
Well,
Yes.
they say that in the world of tattoo artistry, 13 is the luckiest number.
That is relevant.
I was trying to turn them off and then turning them back on again.
Is relevant for us, I guess.
Yeah, we all got them tats.
We've got dope, sick. We got matching tats on like our first day together. BFFs.
Episode 13. This just says episode 13. Are you okay there?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, I'll continue the recap then. Because you couldn't hear that. All right. So you were at a ball, you were at a ceremony where three individuals were knighted by the very drunk Prince Bastian, who, probably shouldn't have been on stage that day. However, it happened, and during the ceremony, you discovered that there was someone in a room upstairs that didn't necessarily seem like they belonged there. After a little bit of investigation, you ended up in a fight with some sort of undead creatures and some individual referring to himself as Death. You defeated most of them, but Death escaped. During the fight, you also had a spectral visitor who seemed to emanate from inside Sean himself. And as Death disappeared, so did she. As you exited the room and the authorities took over after the cleanup had begun, you also found a dagger of some sort that someone pocketed. I'm pretty sure that was you. Oh, I thought it was actually. Anyway, I forgot that. Interesting. He just steals everything.
Anyway, was a wolf rolling around.
That's true. He was the distraction.
Yeah.
So you stole a peculiar-looking dagger and cleared the room. And on the way down, not only did you get a potential job offer from Isadora, the vampire countess, but also you got an invitation from the Karameshi family. One that seemed to lead to a few questions, as the invitation itself was speckled with traces of the same type of lines that you have all been tattooed with against your will. That's pretty much where we left off, I think.
Yeah.
So the ball has completed its ceremonial part. Upstairs is getting cleaned. Most of the party guests are starting to vacate the premises.
Can I go back and check on the person I'm supposed to be looking after?
You can. You definitely can. He appears to still be exactly where you left him. He's missing a shoe, like he was before, like a boot. And he has his tankard on his stomach, and he's deeply asleep.
And remember that before I left, and I wasn't here, so I would have robbed him.
Yes, that's correct. Let me get to that part. So you find 100 gold in his perch.
So, sorry.
And also 2 golden rings and a necklace that seems like it's a fake, but it looks nice.
Can I try and wake him? Sorry.
You can definitely try to wake him.
Yes. Hello?
Yeah? Stupid girl.
Where's your shoe?
Huh. It must have walked off by itself.
Oh, okay. Party's over, mate.
Oh, I missed it. Oh.
Nah, you were there for the whole thing. You're a legend. You're like talk of the party.
You're damn right I'm a legend. They all loved me, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
That is great. Yeah, slowly
should we get you
starts to get
home?
up. Yeah, I think I need to throw up and pass out. Not necessarily in that order, though. But he eventually gets up, as well as he can.
So before we leave the premises, I am going to go and look for a young Master Klaus.
Right. For some weird reason, my camera just died. What the fuck?
You can't get away from me that easily. Face me!
Can't hear you.
Can't run away, Klaus.
You cannot run away from me. Come back and look me in the eyes.
He stole the stuff from the guy. Lucky you have all John's things. Or did he steal your things?
He just stole my coin purse, which has a lot of money in it.
Has all John's money in it too?
It does.
Oh, that's true.
Yes.
Oopsies. Sure what just happened with my camera, why it suddenly went offline.
It was scared.
It is Friday the 13th, so.
What else did I miss? Would Ingwe have been there when that stuff got stolen?
No.
No, you were.
So I was almost immediately with Drunk Man.
Yes, pretty much.
So it happened because Tam decided that I needed to look after him briefly for a small amount of time, and he left the child with me.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Don't
leave the
child with me. Good.
So let me just try to fix this.
So narrative-wise, I missed everything by being late.
You missed that part at least.
Yeah.
You came
Because
just
then I
in time
arrived
for the
for the just in time. Just when you called me when I was needed.
Yes, we were like, Ingwe, where are you? We need you.
Sorry, this is super weird. I don't know why it's doing this. My camera is completely offline right now. Oh, technical difficulties.
Well, it's not 7:30 yet, so we've still got 10 minutes to work out what the kinks that usually come with the stream, so...
I have 10 minutes to be gone.
Ain't no party like a D&D party, because a D&D party got glitches.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, absolutely. What is going on here?
I was trying to get my all my spells and stuff are gone.
Hey.
What the fuck? Okay, so the only problem was that it just picked a different camera. Anyway,
Classic.
Oh yeah.
sorry about that. I have no idea what the fuck it did that for. Anyway,
Just wanted to spite you.
yes, sorry. Celeste, you wanted to see if you can find Klaus.
Yes.
Roll a perception check.
22.
You can definitely spot him. He is still standing next to the hors d'oeuvres, trying to eat as many of the finger foods he can before there is no more left. And he is stuffing his face.
Alright, I'm going to walk over towards him.
Right.
Give him a little wave.
He comes over to you.
And I'm going to put my hand on his shoulder and kind of pull him across into a into a corner, not necessarily like in the corner, but just away from the general crowd of people kind of starting to meander outwards, just in a place where we can there's no one standing directly around us.
Right.
And I'm going to kind of lean down towards him, really close. Go. Master Klaus, I have to admit that your skill set is quite impressive. Do you remember what I told you about how it's far more fun to talk someone out of their coin than it is for you to take it?
Yeah, I guess you said that.
I did say that, didn't I? So I was wondering what made you think to try and take it from me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
She's going to hold out her hand and go, let me give you a little bit of a demonstration. I would like you to take my coin purse out of your pocket and place it in my hand, if you would, please. And I'm going to cast Friends
Okay.
myself.
I think that would probably be enough without a persuasion check. So yeah, he gives you back your wallet.
And I hold it and I tuck it in underneath my my chest, like where it's kind of strapped in. To go, see, wasn't that far more fun? And then I'll get up and I'll kind of like turn it
Yeah.
around and go,
That was
come
quite
on,
fun, I guess.
the
Yeah.
carriage is waiting.
Yeah. Okay. He's just standing there, very confused as what the fuck just happened. But
That he would
yeah.
know. Isn't that spell that's useless because the person knows you've used it after they've used it?
Afterwards, I think it lasts for 10 minutes, doesn't it?
Up to a minute.
Oh, so a minute
Except
later,
in
he's like,
this one scenario where you've used it like a boss.
he's like, that's not fair.
Don't talk to me about fair, Master Klaus. Your carriage is waiting. Life isn't fair. It's time you started growing up and learning those kinds of lessons.
I'm gonna tell my parents about you.
All right. I look forward to meeting them, telling them all about you.
Eventually, I guess Tam would lead him to his ride. Right.
Amongst all this, Jean would be, because I believe last thing that happened was he basically walked up to Miss Karameshi, and she sort of just walked right by and went straight over to Celeste.
Yes.
And then sort of returned back with her maids. He'd sort of just keep an eye on her from a bit of a distance now.
Yep.
But he's also just sort of like, his eyes are sort of also all over the place because he's just running through a million things in his head right now, thinking about all the shit that happened over the last hour. He is completely lost in thought.
Right.
Definitely the type of thing where if someone walked up to him and was like, hey, he'd sort of like turn and be like, oh, hey, like that kind of out of it. But yeah.
Okay. They are still congregating around one of the bars, and she seems to be kind of watching you from time to time, but every time you see her, she kind of just looks away again. She's not trying to hide it, but she's definitely keeping an interesting eye on you guys.
Sweet, sweet.
After a little while, they decide that they want to leave. So you're approached by the guards and say, and not the guards, they're the maids or whatever it is, approach you, Sean, and says, I think it's time for us to vacate the premise and go back to home.
Understood. I'll escort you as needed.
Right.
Sort of snaps himself out of it a little bit and makes his way over to her. I believe you are keen to get home.
She just nods.
Allow me to escort you and keep an eye on you, I guess.
She has a little smirk on her face, but yes. She will also eventually go to her carriage and move on. Ingwe, did you move him straight to his carriage as well?
Yeah, so I, after the battle, would have tried to move him really quickly to his carriage. Like, time to go, mate. In you go.
Right.
So I imagine Ingwe, after the thing, having missed all the action, would have been the first cab off the rank in terms of our party in particular.
Yep, so you would have been pretty early on.
And then tried to observe really clearly what's going on. Like because Ingwe would be really interested in the politics, both the high level politics and also the why is this dude so drunk? Like, I don't understand any of the social elements of this party, and has, because of his job, missed most of the party. So he's really interested in why do servants not eat? Like all of that kind of inane stuff that people wouldn't notice.
Yep.
Ingwe is feeling like he missed out,
Yep.
And so then probably through this period, I want to cast detect thoughts.
Okay. Is that on one individual or just generally around you?
It's just a general spell, and then I can certain creatures. Do I need to decide if they're humans or not?
Is it cast on yourself or is it cast on an individual?
Yeah. So it's something that it gives me an ability to detect everyone's thoughts,
Right.
and then I can concentrate on a person because the spell comments on, like, if you're using it in an interrogation, and you say, "Where's the cave?" Then they think cave, and they give, like, it influences their thoughts.
Right.
I don't want to use it in that way. I want to use it in a way that's like,
just picking up why
notices me.
Okay.
I'm gonna be very generally looking and have, like, basically looking for all that information that I missed out. Like, what is the servant thinking when she's serving the thing? Like, what's the horseman thinking when he's holding the horse? Like, all of that dumb stuff. But from a DM perspective, any person that I'm very looking at everyone, and if someone looks at me and is like, "Who the fuck's the hairy guy?" then I would hear them say that in their head.
Right. That's cool.
Does that make sense?
So you would be outside with the carriage waiting to go then, I guess? When you do this?
I think that, I don't know how the party's really set up, but I think what I would have done is try and dump my charge in.
Yep.
And then I would wait, kind of, I think, at the exit, like, with my servants. Like,
yeah, that's what I had.
Wait with the servants to see everyone else going past. Like, I'm imagining like a Hollywood red carpet, and I'm one of the reporters.
Right. Oh, good. Yep, that's definitely. Did you see a lot of the servants, and they have ordinary thoughts like, "Oh, can't this just be over? I can't wait to get to the kitchen and eat the leftovers." Or, "I hope they don't notice that I stole this bottle of wine." Or, "Oh, that was so interesting. I hope the prince doesn't find out what happened to his daughter," and then laugh a little bit and stuff like that. Some of the surface thoughts from some of the more rich individuals that come through, most of them are just talking about Valentina's dress and about the performance, how drunk Bastian was, and they're glad that he's not their king, but he's only like prince. It's mostly thoughts like that. There isn't anything in particular that you pick up on. I'd say, is there a save on that, or is it just you just hear it?
Sorry. Yeah, there's a 14 wisdom 14 save.
Okay. So Jules walked past you as well, and you cannot hear his thoughts.
Oh, if I probe deeper, the target must make it. So I can hear surface thoughts without a save, but if I focus and try and focus on them, yep. So I don't hear his thoughts as if he's blocking it.
No, so that's because I thought that was the same. So the surface thoughts would be like, "Oh, that was a bit of a dud."
Yeah.
And
he hasn't specifically blocked.
No, he hasn't blocked it. No, that's just because he was trying to save for.
I think reading it, it's like, if I try and like really focus on that individual, and like they say something like one of the servants, I probably would have focused on one of the servants, for example, who stole the bottle of wine.
Yeah.
And like tried to get the scene of how he stole the wine and understand the whole concept of stealing, because that's what Ingrid's doing at the moment.
Yes.
So he would have had to save.
Okay, I'll save for the thingy.
But I'm not. But I'm not interested in the rich people really, unless they are interested in me.
Right. So Jules himself didn't try to block it. So what happened was, I thought that you wanted me to make a save because he would resist if it. But what you heard was just, "Oh, that was such a dud," and that Madeline is such a bitch and stuff like that, because that was the woman he was talking to during the party. And Jules is the map maker, so why he's even there is a little weird. But he doesn't like. He still has thoughts that you can hear that are like ordinary kind of stuff. And one of the things he says is, "Oh, this vacation is so weird," and then he walks off. The servant that stole the bottle of wine, in his head is debating right and wrong of stealing this wine. Like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe they'll get me fired. Oh, I just really want to drink some of this fine wine. He's just going back and between his head, for and against stealing his wine, but he ends up believing that it's probably a good idea to keep it. I'll say that's pretty much what you get from standing there. Because most of the rich people and all the servants have their own thing going on. There's nothing stands out to you as odd or suspicious necessarily, other than things I've already told you. Most of it's just like there's a few people that comment on in their head that there's a furbolg there and they haven't seen one of those before. But other than that, that's not really anything.
Cool. And then if there's nothing else, like I do 10 minutes of that.
And in the meanwhile, you see both Tam and Sean move off in the carriages with their own escorts.
Cool. No, I would talk to my friends first before I do my next thing. I'd wait for them.
Right. So they already left, two of them.
Oh, because they got in the carriage with their person.
They were instructed to go in the carriage with their...
Was I instructed to go in the carriage with my person?
You haven't been instructed to, but you are supposed to lead them there and back.
Oh, to home.
Yes. So it's to and from.
Okay, cool. Still all the stuff that I've just done, because that was my instruction.
No, that's
I
fine.
would have
You're still just
sat
waiting
old mate down, and I would have been like, oh, I'm just gonna wait until you're feeling better, mate. Like, yeah, come on, give him some water. Oh, servant's like, and I'd go, yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah,
so now, instead of being first to make my charge leave, if he's still gonna be drunk, I'm gonna be last.
Okay. Rightio.
Yeah.
So Celeste, you're still in the ballroom as most of these individuals are leaving. What is your plan?
Yes, so I would be waiting for my charge to make himself known. I know that he disappeared while we were upstairs. And I would wait until pretty much people, started cleaning and everyone had pretty much filtered out except for the staff who would start cleaning if he didn't appear.
Right. He has not appeared.
Okay, so I will leave.
Right.
If he doesn't want to stay with me, I had other bigger things to attend to. If he couldn't be enough of a grown-up to actually follow instructions, then it's not my problem.
Right. Perfectly fine. So you exit.
Dealt with enough children tonight.
Yeah. So you exit, and as you do, you do notice that Ingwe is in the carriage with Oren, still very drunk but drinking water. Other than that, most of your friends have left. And the carriage that you have is the one that has been instructed to pick up you and Orion.
Ingwe, is he alright?
Yeah, he's just drunk too much. It's weird. It doesn't impact old people more than it. Anyway, I can fix him, but I don't know. Last time I fixed everyone, they were upset about it, so I haven't.
I think just leave him. At least it'll keep him quiet.
That's what I was thinking. Can you watch him for a minute?
Why? Where are you going?
Send me a message if he wants to do something. Hey, what happened to your dude?
I have no idea. He disappeared while we went upstairs to, do what we were doing, and I just do not have the energy left in me tonight to go and chase his tail.
Yeah, no worries. I'll watch out for him. And then Ingwe will turn into Jam.
Jam?
But in servants, like in the servants' clothes.
Sure.
And then just go start cleaning up.
Right.
But just trying to steal all the shit that he can steal.
Right. Make 3 sleight of hand checks for me.
Nah, I can do that. I think it's more Ingwe's not trying to deceive people. It's more deception. So Ingwe would be walking around pretending that he is supposed to be cleaning stuff,
Okay. Yeah, we can say
like
that.
the servants. He's not trying to like sneak stuff into his pocket. He's looking around for valuable things, and like if there's like a vase that he thinks is, but also like doesn't know what valuable is.
Right. Okay.
Right. So he would like look around for valuable things and be like, "My job now is to pick up that," and he
Okay.
would go and pick that thing up. He's not sneaking. He thinks that no one knows who he's. No one's going to recognize him because he's Jam, not a furball.
Yep.
And he's going to wander around and talk to the servants and clean and try and figure out what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that? I mean, I'm not even
So-
good at doing that.
So you can
I
do a
probably
deception
wave it
check.
Sleight of hand.
So make a deception check, and I will roll 3 times to see how valuable the items is that you get away with.
Yeah. Cool. 18, 18, and 10.
Oh, you just needed 1 deception check.
Oh, okay.
So
That's my... Yeah, okay. 1 deception check. 21!
it seems like people believe you. You seem like you fit in there. You've seen them during the night doing these things, and you're like, this is not that hard to pretend like. You end up grabbing a few different things. One is a box that you think this is really cool. This one's really expensive. So it's a little box. It looks like silver, but it's actually just steel, and it's like where you put the napkins in.
Yeah.
But to you, it looks really, really expensive. The second thing is, when you have like napkins and you roll those little metal things around them. It's one of those that are like golden. This one is actually gold.
Okay.
So that's maybe expensive. And the last part is that you find a boot that has no owner.
Oh, does it look like
Yes.
Thingo's boot?
Yeah. Yes.
Who's my charge? What's his name again?
Orm, I think it was an Orm. Orm
Yes.
Fringe Fire, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Other than that, you clean, you get to know a few of the other people cleaning there and such. There's nothing out of the ordinary until one of the doors open and Prince Bastian comes out with 4 guards. 2 of them are holding Lorien, and the other 2 are trying to hold back Bastian's daughter. Most of what you hear, other than him confessing his innocence, is that she says that, "It's okay, Papa. He told me he loved me. He'll marry me, I'm sure." And after that, he is escorted outside and picked up by the town's guard. And you also see this Celeste as the exit. Glorian is now under arrest.
Can I, as soon, like if I noticed that, I would let her know that they were coming out before to give her advance. Oh, Lorian's come out with a lady. Do you seem upset? Here they come.
Right, no problem.
So as they're walking out, Celeste would just give him this just fed up, kind of like disappointed glance and just say, "If you could follow simple instructions, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. So I really hope that you can get yourself out of it."
He seems too scared to bite back at the moment.
I might come visit you in the morning.
Don't worry, he won't be there in the morning.
How many guards is he with?
4.
4 guards.
Yeah.
Where are you taking him?
Well, we're taking him to the garrison, and then he's going to have an interesting night. And if he survives in jail until tomorrow, being such a pretty boy as he is, then he'll probably be executed.
Right, good to know. Bye, Lorien. It was very nice meeting your acquaintance. Maybe next time listen to instructions.
Hell, you gotta do something. I didn't do anything. And then they
Do I believe
pull them.
that he didn't do anything? Like, does it strike any
No.
sort of chord?
No, he's half closed at this moment. He's only wearing his pants, and the young lady looks like her hair is undone. So maybe events have transpired of a different type of battle this night.
But our instructions were to get our charges to the place, not make trouble, and home, right?
Yeah, pretty much, if possible.
And it was
Otherwise
not
we won't get.
possible.
Otherwise,
Well-
we won't get paid.
Well, that is a conversation that might be something you have to have later.
Yep.
Well, it was either that or I stay out of the battle and stay downstairs and keep my eyes on him the entire time. Which,
Yeah. Yep.
like, and what am I supposed to do? Go and break him out of prison like a garrison? Like,
Well, they take him away in their own prison cart that has been brought especially for him. And on first class, he is on his route to jail.
Celeste, do you want to follow him and see where he goes?
he's going to the garrison.
Oh, do you know where that is?
No, but I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult to find. Should we need to find it?
Okay, I found Orm's boot.
Oh, that's a relief. I'm glad. That was weighing on my mind. I'm quite glad he found it. He'll be thrilled.
Okay, I'll see you in a minute.
Right, I'll see you soon.
I'll come out and put Orm's boot on him. Man, that was a cool excuse for stealing stuff. I was just looking for your boot the whole time. And then I'll get in the carriage and begin to try and rest in the carriage.
So eventually, the carriage moves on towards Orm's home. It does drop him off at the same inn where you picked him up. Seems like he has a penthouse there of sorts.
Oh, in the...
But that is currently at least where he's staying, because he is a visitor. He does not live in the city.
Yeah, cool. Okay. I will take him up to his room and try and rest. I'm going to try and get a short rest at least before, I'm assuming, although I don't actually think she will, but Ingwe is assuming that we're really panicked because we lost one of the 4 charges that we have. So Ingwe will be like, I'm prepared for the next battle. We're going to kill the town's guards or charm them or polymorph him and try and escape him.
Right.
Waiting for instructions.
Yeah. So Celeste, you were brought to a bit of a seedy bar, because you were in the same carriage as Ingwe, as far as I understand.
No, so I would have gotten out as Ingwe got in to take.
I'm taking
Orm,
Orm, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, yeah, you take him to his whereabouts, and then you successfully can get a short rest. And Celeste, where are you going?
I am walking back to Jean's sister's house.
Okay. Fair enough. It is not too far a walk, but there is a little bit of a walk. Let me just put on the map here.
She wouldn't mind the long walk. Yep. She would be grateful for some time alone, in the dark, kind of catching up on everything that's happened, and just taking, even if it takes an hour for her to get back there, she would just
it probably
more pace.
Probably does take you about an hour. So the way that from where you are, the closest way is to go around the Ivory Estates, which is the really rich people's area, and then follow around where the Golden Lions barracks are, and then go that way around, and then you go down the Pantria Stride. And strangely enough, this time of night, it's quite bright there. There's not electric light, but there is a magical, similar effect. And you see most of those animals that was alive, that was moving around during the day, they are kind of bunkered up for the nights, in trees and underneath benches and such. It's quite a pleasant walk.
So she would assume that everyone will be coming back to Jean's sister's house for the night because that's where we agreed. So I guess if it takes her an hour, she might arrive a little bit later than Jean, but earlier than Ingwe if he's taking a short rest.
Ingwe's not coming back.
No, so his understanding, Ingwe is going to be sleeping in the inn for tonight.
Oh, he's staying there.
Yes.
No, so Ingwe will take a long rest if you guys will take a long rest, right? But Ingwe is going back to Orum's place. Ingwe's assumption is that we're on a night mission and we're going to keep going to save this dude. So Ingwe's like, okay, I need to be ready.
Okay,
And then he's going to meditate. He's got like, he can talk to his elders. He can rub. Oh, can I rub that thing again? I'll rub the iron thing with the patterns that I've lost all the notes for.
Right.
I'll spend lots of time doing that. Potentially even not take a long rest because I'm waiting. Like I'm here waiting until I'm needed. Because last time I waited, like in the party, I waited 3 hours, like with Orum, and you guys were like, okay, now come and kill people, and he came and killed people. That's what Ingwe thinks is going on. Like Ingwe thinks we're still like high in the thing.
Right. Radio. Let me just find the notes for your thing.
It was like 36 and...
I think it was 23, I think.
Yeah, sure.
I have it somewhere here. If it wants to open.
Sorry.
That's cool. Yes, so you had the number 23 followed by an X, and then you had the word palm.
Sorry, what was the last one?
Palm. P-A-L-M. Palm.
Yep. And
So-
what do I get tonight?
How long do you spend rubbing it?
Oh, it depends. I probably would not... You have to sleep for a long rest day,
Yes.
but you don't have to sleep for a short rest. Like, I would be resting, and I think that I would not long rest.
Right.
If nothing happens tonight, I would not long rest to just continuously... I should be resting, assuming that we were going. I don't know how that works with exhaustion and stuff. So I don't think that I would have exhaustion because I'd be like...
No, you wouldn't have exhaustion. Yeah. So
But I potentially not get my spell slots back because I think that stuff's still happening. But if stuff happens, then I would... That's the amount of time. But potentially like 10 hours, 8 hours, whatever. Till the next thing's happening, I'm waiting. Till someone else says, where the hell are you? I'm ready.
Right. So you spend your short rest rubbing it.
Yeah.
Radio. So you get 2 words out of it on different locations because of the way that it's positioned.
Mm-hmm.
First word is sun. S-U-N.
Mm-hmm.
Second word is bullet.
Wonder what that is.
So that's what you get from that one. So while you're doing this, Sean, you're taking her to her estate. And you have a very similar experience as previous, where you literally drive through the wall and she goes out with her maids, the 2 that was in the cart with her, and she doesn't say a word. And they enter the building and you are told to leave. You drive off once again and you're alone in the cart. And are you heading home or where are you going?
Yeah, I'd head back to my sister's place. I think this time the advantage of the silence is that John would also not be up for talking. On the way there, it was awkward for him, and he was just like, I'm just going to do what seems right here. On the way back, he's like, I'm happy we're not talking.
Right. So you have about 20 minutes of time to yourself before arriving at your sister's place.
Okay. And I'm just in the back of the carriage by
Yes.
myself. There's a driver.
There's a
with us.
driver still, yeah.
Yeah.
So Bal has hired the drivers and such. So.
Okay.
So I'm guessing that when you arrive, that Celeste might already be there, depending on how fast she wants to walk.
She would be walking slowly.
Okay, so you'll be walking slow. So Sean, you will be the first one to probably arrive then.
I think if I had 20 minutes on my way back, I think after about 10 minutes, like by myself, I think after about 10 minutes, I would have sort of slowly pulled the dagger out
Right.
and just pulled back the cloth, sort of being careful not to touch it, and just try to look over it and see if there's anything interesting I can find about it. Like, you already described its visuals, but I believe from memory, the center green bit you said almost looked like it was swirling.
There's a little bit of swirl to it. You can
Yeah.
make a investigation check.
Sweet, sweet. Investigation. Ah, yeah. 12.
12. You don't get a lot from it, but the more you look at this little green orb, it looks like there's two swirling things inside it. Like it's two separate swirls. It's very faint, but you can definitely see that there's movement inside of the orb.
Okay.
Other than that, it looks very ornate. Looks almost ceremonial, but it also looks like there's a little bit of residue of blood on it. So it looks like it has been used.
I'm just going to note that up, wrap it back up again, put it away, put my head down, and just sort of think about the events of the evening till I get home. I assume, would Tam have arrived before or after me as well?
I'd say that he probably arrived before you,
Yeah.
because you just had to drop off the kid as well.
Yeah. And I assume he probably went up and straight to bed type thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I would sort of make my way in slowly. I would go up to, what was his name? Johannes?
Jonas.
Jonas, that's it.
Yes.
I would go up to Jonas if they were around.
Yeah,
And I'd just
he's
be like,
definitely.
Look, hey, Jonas.
Yes, sir.
Everyone already in bed? Everyone?
Oh, I believe you are the second one to return from today's ball. The first one was the young fella, Tam. Yes, I believe Mr. Tam.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess we got two young fellas.
Yes.
My sister, Midos.
Yes.
They're both asleep.
I believe that Midas is asleep, but I think that your sister is sewing in her sewing room on the third floor, far end.
Huh.
If you want to, I can get one of the servants to take you there, if you wish to talk to her.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to see how quiet I should be.
Oh, I don't think you need to be worried about being quiet in a big house like this.
That's fair, I guess. Used to thinner walls, smaller rooms. All right. Thank you very much for all your help.
Of course.
I might need to speak to you again in the morning, but for now, I might just head up to my room.
Right. Well, please go ahead. It has been made and is ready for you to properly enter sleep.
Thank you. And these clothes, they aren't in the best shape. If I was to leave them at the foot of the bed, do you know anyone who'd be able to fix that up or anything? I'm happy to get it paid for.
I don't see any holes on your clothes, sir.
Oh, that must just be a bit dirty.
Oh.
But all right. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just having one of those days. My mind's not.
Oh, we all have those days. I understand. But
All
please,
right.
your room is ready if you want.
I'm gonna head upstairs and I'm just gonna pop my head into Tam's room and just make sure that he's there and okay and asleep.
He is snoring upside down. The room smells a little bit like wine, and there is a bottle on the counter.
Perfect. I'm gonna slowly close it quietly, make my way into my room, sit down. Just gonna reach, pull out the dagger once more and put it onto the bed and just stare at it. And I'm gonna pull out the sending stone and just Ingwe, Celeste,
Yeah.
you both all right?
Yeah, what are we doing?
I'm on my way. I shouldn't be more than 10 minutes. I can see
Did
the
you
house.
figure out where he was?
Yeah, he's at the garrison, Ingwe.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
Shall I meet you there? Where is it?
Hold on. What's going on? What? Who's at the
Um,
garrison? What's going on?
I'll explain to you when I get back. It might be easier if I do it in person and, not walking openly in the middle of the streets.
Okay. If it's Tam you're concerned about, I can assure you, Tam's here. He's in bed.
Nah,
No, it's not Tam.
Lorian. What? We had to get all 4 back, and we lost one.
All right. All right. We got a lot we need to discuss then. I'll speak to you when you're here, but the rest of it might be best to leave till morning so we can clear our heads. But
Wait,
See you
Alright.
shortly.
wait. Where are we going? I'm at Orm's place.
my sisters, you don't have to spend the night there. You can come here.
But aren't we rescuing Lorian?
I have no idea. I guess we'll just discuss it shortly. Did you want to come here? We can figure things out from here.
You want me to come there?
What's it?
Oh yeah, no worries.
Yeah. All right.
There was a thing that I wanted to do, and I didn't do it because I was late because of life.
Right.
That I started at the end of 2 sessions ago, where I found some things and made pins to put, I don't know what they were.
Yep.
And then gave them to you guys to give to your, like at high school formals, they have little flowers that go.
Okay.
The
I mentioned
corsages.
that.
No.
Corsage.
Yep.
Corsages. So I tried to make corsages that I tried to make one that I wanted to give to everyone and give to your charges. Is that something that, in retrospect, you would have done? And DM, would they have?
I'd say Sean would probably have had a very hard time because he has not even touched his vestige yet.
So she's not in it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It probably wouldn't have been a problem to put one on Lorian because he was very much in a headlock for a very long period of the night. So I don't think that any of that would have been a problem. I don't think it would have been a problem to give Klaus a gift.
Yeah.
So it seems to be very.
And then what? So
likely.
because actually too, the question would have been, would you have done it? As would you have then?
Yeah. So I guess that's a question to Celeste. Would you have pinned him?
Yeah, most likely.
Yep. But, and I don't think that Adam would have a problem giving the pin to the kid. Just would keep him occupied. So I'll say that's fair. But Valentina would not be as easy.
Yeah, that's no
Nope.
worries because that's
I think-
not relevant.
Yeah. Even just on the body language, John would have taken the pin and sort of been like, "I'll try," and then just moments later, been like, "It ain't fucking happening."
But would you have put it on yourself? That's the other question.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think after a bit, he would have just been like, "Put the effort in, just clipped it on."
And it would have been cool because I'm a druid, right? So it would have been top-notch massage. Bought the cheapest one in the markets, but
Fair enough. We can
okay,
definitely
so
do that.
on the way back, I'm not gonna go straight back. I'm gonna cast locate object and go and find Lorian.
Okay. Halfway between where the halls of justice is, where you just were, and
Yeah.
towards where Sean's family lives, there is an area called the Golden Lions Barracks, which also functions as the garrison.
And is it really Ingwe's doesn't know humanity, but he's not an idiot. Right? He's very intelligent and very perceptive. It looks like a place that's hard to get into.
It looks like a fortified fort with hundreds of guards.
Yeah, cool. If he was going to turn into a rat and try and scope it out and look everywhere without trying to attack it, Ingwe's not trying to be a soldier and attack it. He's just trying to figure out where Lorian is.
Yes. I'd say you can try, but it would take you a bit to potentially find him. Because this is a very large spot.
Oh yeah, cool. So I couldn't map it out, but with locate object, he's
True,
wearing a
yeah. So
thing
you got a
that I can
general location idea. Right.
attack, find him.
Okay.
Um,
So you know that somewhere underneath the garrison.
yeah, is thing. So I can't map out the whole thing because it's big enough that if I wanted to just look around, I couldn't look around.
No, so you have to. You get the feeling you have to go inside the garrison to go down, and it seems like there's a few levels probably down before you get to where he is currently.
Ingwe is going to turn into a rat. So no, actually, I'm gonna. I think I'll burn 2 spell slots, my 2 second level last spell slots, to do it. So I want to locate object as Ingwe.
Yep.
And like circle the place and look it up, like take a real long look at, figure it out exactly where he is as a furbolg. And then he's going to figure out what you just said. Like, I can't map this place out, but I can go where he is.
You can definitely see which direction he's in. How to get to that specific spot is the tricky part, because he's underground right now, and there's lots of doors and such.
Yeah. And then so I will spend the 10 minutes. I'm going to spend. Oh, that is not a long time.
10 minutes.
That's not a long time. Okay, so I'm going to spend 10. So essentially, I'll get 10 minutes to get there. Okay, so I'm going to.
I'd say make an investigation check. See how well you fare getting to the location.
It's about to turn into a saving way mission rather than save Lorien mission.
When he breaks into jail and runs out of spell slots.
So investigation to find the barracks is 7.
7. You manage to get through a little crack in one of the doors, and you kind of wiggle into this little room, and then this little room is it's a little bit like a hallway, but there's some guards sitting there drinking and eating. You scooch past them, and they don't seem to notice you. And then you see that there is a few stairs going down, and you get a little closer, and you get ready to go down, and then a creature slowly moves up the stairs, and you see a cat. And it looks like it's going into hunting mode.
Ingwe's an Ingwe. Ingwe's an Ingwe. I, as a rat, know that cats think rats do a certain thing. I'm going to run at the cat and try and intimidate it.
Right. Make an intimidation check as your rat.
I get my druid stats. Like, I'm going to try, like, as a druid, understand how rats move.
Yes.
And definitely not move like that. And, like, froth at the mouth and, like, be like, I am not a rat, cat. I am coming to get you.
Right.
Can I roll with my Ingwe stats?
Yeah, I think you already have your stats if you're...
Raw.
Yeah, you're a druid, so that's normally what you do, I think. You just pick the highest one.
Yeah. The DM doesn't want me to do this, and the dice do.
I don't mind.
Yeah,
I don't mind.
And 22.
Right, so the cat jumps as soon as you charge at it. It just jumps out of the way. And as it does, it just lands on one of the little pedestals, and it's just like... But it moved out of your way. For now, at least.
Can I get to Lorien?
You won't be able to within 10 minutes. You don't know where anything is, so you have to search through everything. And you map out a little bit of the first floor that you're currently on. And there is some stairs that goes slightly down. But it's not enough in the 10 minutes to map out where he is.
Well, I can wild shape for 2 hours. I
Yep.
just can't locate object for.
Yep.
I can only locate object for 10 minutes.
Right. So you know he's down.
so-
He's down underneath.
I know he's downstairs.
Mhm.
I am going to just continue. I've already worked out that I can't map out the whole place. I'm going to try and get to Lorien slowly in a way that's like I'm trying to pay attention to how I would get here if I was Celeste.
Right. So at the end of the stairs, you can either go to the right or you can go to the left.
Oh, yeah, stuff that. Of course, Tom. Of course, mate. I'm going to go right.
Right. So you go to the right. And behind there is a door. And you might be able to fit underneath if you want to try. You can hear people talking on the other side.
Yeah. Oh, nah. There's people talking on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
No. Anyways, going to go back and go left.
Right. So it's a similar setup. There's no sound coming from that room. The door is closed, and you can wiggle underneath it if you want.
No people. Anyway, wiggles.
Yeah. Right. So you get into this small room that looks a little bit like a break room. There's some tables and some chairs and such. There's some leftover food, a little bit on the floor. On the other side, there are two more doors, one leading further to the left and one leading upwards.
One leading upwards.
Like onwards to the, I guess. This is a square room. So when I'm drawing it like upwards, like inwards, and one's going more to the left.
Oh man, this is so much more complicated than I was hoping it was going to be. Okay. Left is just left, and right is onwards.
Like inwards, per deeper into the
Inwards.
complex.
And I don't know how prisons work, so I am going to go left.
Right. So left, there is a hallway. There is a opening that leads out of the building, a different place than where you came in, but the same courtyard. And there is a pathway that leads up some stairs.
No, I don't want to go that way. I'm going to go back and go inwards.
Right. So you go further in, there's a long hallway. And there is another courtyard that opens up next to. In the courtyard, there's some trees and some plants and such like that. It looks like a place where people go and just have a break. There is a door again on the left side that seems to go underneath where the other side is. And then there is, again, a door at the far end of that path.
Left goes down.
Not necessarily. It goes...
So we've got right, left, and... I'm sorry, other players. I got myself into a scenario.
I'm loving it.
So right is outside. Don't want to do that. There's an end door.
So you can continue straight, or you can go to the left. If you go left, you go underneath where the staircase went up. If you go straight, you go towards something else. And on the other side, there's this little outdoor courtroom.
Okay. So if I go left, I go towards where the staircase went up.
Yeah, so you go underneath the staircase, technically.
Yeah, I'm going left. Left for sure.
So underneath there's another room. There's no doors in this room. This one seems to be a little bit of a storage room. There is some old carpets and some boxes and such. It seems to be a place where they put stuff that they don't really know what to do with. There's some old silverware, some cutlery and such that's been there for a while. Looks pretty dusty. Looks just basically like a storage room.
Okay, I go back.
Yep.
And I go straight.
So you go straight, and on the other side of that door is a large room with lots of pillars and pedestals and such. It seems to be. It looks a little bit like a throne room, but you guess that this is probably where most of the elite gods have ceremonies or big meals or
So
such.
he's not at a jail. He's at a freaking castle.
It's a fort. This is where all the
Okay.
gods of the entire city comes from.
Yeah. Okay. At this point, Ingwe finally works out, like Jacob the player, that he is not in a jail. He's in a...
Garrison.
Wow, why is Laurie in there? A garrison. I got it.
It does have a jail, but it's underneath.
It's like the dungeon's underneath the thing, and I can't get down underneath the thing. And Celeste already knows that, which is why she's gone home. She's gone to bed. And Laurie is going to die tomorrow. And I can't figure out how to get down. Can I go all the way back to the room with the people talking in it?
Yeah.
Once I make that realization.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try and go... I'm going to try and peek into that room without fully going in.
Right. Make a stealth check and a perception check.
Stealth is 14. Lucky I'm good at perception. Perception. Oh, 10.
Right. Inside the room, there is a handful of people. It looks a little bit more like a break room again. There is 4 individual guards in there. 2 of them are occupied with some lady. They are mostly drinking, having fun, and kind of just singing a little bit. A few of them aren't really engaging in that, but the 3 of them are at least having a good time. There's 3 additional doors in there, leading each way.
Nah, I don't want to walk across the room. I do want to walk across the room, but I don't. Have I noticed I've noticed the cat who's scared of me. Have I noticed other rats? Does it look common that there's things around here?
There's traces of rats, like there's little nibbles on some of the doors and such like that. So it seems like it's a common occurrence, but it's not necessarily... You haven't seen any rats.
Yeah, cool. And I've used all my spell slots, and I'm not gonna get a long rest. Level 1 spells, heaps of level 1s. And fire.
Never gone wrong before.
It's never gone wrong before.
True.
Also, just worked out we haven't leveled, and I have an extra cantrip, so could have solved that problem that we didn't do if I could have controlled flames. But anyway, let's move on with life. I have failed at what I want to do. No, I've gained more insight, so that's why failure is a success. I am going to go back outside.
Right. You nuzzle your way back, and eventually you pass the stupid cat, and you enter into the courtyard and back out into the streets.
And so this is a massive garrison.
Yes.
So there's like guards outside and stuff.
The building is bigger than the one you just had the ball in.
Yeah. Okay. And Lorraine's gonna die tomorrow. Great. And Celeste doesn't care. And Ingwe cares way too much.
Emotions.
I'm gonna go back to John's house, John's sister's house. Now.
So
actually, before I go, can I detect magic on the outside?
You can pick up a few magical hints here and there on the inside. It seems like items that people might necessarily be wearing or such. Some can also be traps. There's a whole bunch of different things. This building this big is hard to pick out what it means. Yeah, there is.
Cool.
Right. So after a little while, that definitely happens, and you eventually end up at the house. Celeste, on your walk, is there anything in particular that you want to see or do in your 2 hours?
No. So there is something I want to do, but I'm going to have to wait till morning to do it.
Right.
But I would like to have a conversation with Jean when I return to the house.
I have plenty of time for that.
Yeah, that's going to be in 2 hours of... you go through the Pantheon Stride. You eventually end up in the Silverstone region, and you pass by the church of the Nameless One as well. You do hear some noise from inside, but I'm not sure if you want to go and investigate or if you just want to go home.
Is it the sort of noise that I would want to investigate? Like, is it just like people singing psalms, or is it like sound like a commotion? I suppose it would depend on what sort of sound it was, would determine whether or not I would go and have a look.
It seems like grunts, and it seems like a whip. That sound.
Like a whip.
It's like someone using a whip and someone
Nameless One,
grunting.
official sponsor of BDSM in the city.
Oh, hell yeah. Chains and whips exciting. I feel like she might, as she's walking, she might just try and like peer in and just sort of like, she wouldn't go in, but I suppose just kind of have a look around, and it would pique her interest, but not enough to actually go in, and because she's exhausted. And she has far too much on her mind right now to add another problem to the list of things that she has to deal with. So,
just make a general perception check.
No, that's a 9.
Well, you're not really sure where the sound's coming from. It could be multiple different things. It does sound like a whip, but it could also be something else. So it doesn't seem like anything of particular interest.
Right.
And eventually you made it to the door of Sean's sister's house.
Perfect. So she will go in, take off her coat at the door and hang it up, or pass it to like her servant, who I assume would be like waiting at the door.
Yes.
And walk up to the sleeping quarters, like their wing, I suppose, and then walk up to Jean's door.
Jean would literally just be standing, arms folded, looking down at the knife laid out on the bed, and upon hearing the knock would have, come in.
Open the door and walk over. Good evening.
Evening. How'd the rest of your night go?
Lorien is to be executed in the morning.
Yeah, right. sorry, distracted. You mentioned that over the sending stone.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess we would have to speak about that too. I was also going to mention this dagger, but I figured we best wait till Ingway's here.
Has he not returned yet?
Not yet. We got Tam. Tam's already passed out though, and I figure after this night we can just fill him in the morning. But
Poor Tam, he must be coming down with something. I feel like he's slept a lot lately.
right, yeah.
I think he's starting to. I know he's coughing a little bit nasally. I feel like maybe we should order him some soup or something like that for the morning.
Is that like a side effect of certain magics? Do you get like sick more often, or?
I don't think so. I've never had any sort of sickness from using magic, but again, his magic and my magic are two completely different. I mean, he does heal. He uses a lot of healing spells. Maybe he absorbs other people's sicknesses or something, and then it manifests. I mean, I'm not sure. That sort of magic isn't my specialty.
Oh man, yeah, that doesn't sound nice.
Would you like me to take a look at this, Dag? You seem rather enamored by it.
Yeah, I can't figure out much. I noticed this little green orb in the center. I was focusing on that, and I saw it had sort of some swirling motion. And upon closer sort of inspection, it looks like there's two things inside there, sort of swirling about.
You haven't touched it, have you?
No, I've kept it. Yeah, that shit looked ominous enough. I figured best use that cloth. So.
See, you're learning.
Yeah. Not just heavy lifter. I could put things together on occasion.
Well, if you want to give me, I mean, you can still stand there and watch, I suppose. And she'll kind of like crawl up onto the bed, across from the dagger and sit cross-legged, and rub her hands together. And as she rubs them, the friction kind of creates this like orange glow, almost like a fire is starting between her hands. And then she'll pull it out, and it's like this like sphere of like magical energy, and it just kind of moves over and hovers over the dagger. And she'll ritual cast Identify on the dagger. She kind of just goes, you can stand there and watch, but it won't be very interesting for 10 minutes if you want to go and get a drink or something.
What?
Nope, looks plenty interesting. He's just completely out of gaze because magic again.
It's just like, it kind of looks like this like just ball of like swirling like orange. When she's done it before, it's been like little globules of like orange light, but now it's like this big like ball, and she seemed kind of like, oh, that's new.
It is a magical item. It is
No
a dagger.
way! What?
Shush. It is a normal dagger. It has the same stats as a normal dagger. It is called the Soul Reaver. It currently has 2 souls in it. It's not a lot of information you get about this specific item. You can see that there is a bit of a hilt on the bottom that seems a little bit like a lever. Are you touching it or are you not touching it? No. So you're not.
Celeste knows enough about magical artifacts to not touch things that she cannot fully comprehend.
No,
So
that's fair.
Lucky Ingway's not there.
that's why I was like, do you want to do it now while Ingwe's not here?
But there is some sort of lever mechanism on one side of it. It is covered with all these little green stones. They aren't quite emeralds. They're just some kind of magical orbs of some sort. It seems to be a dagger that once you kill someone with it, it absorbs their soul. For what purpose? Unknown.
Alright. So eventually, kind of like as she's, looking at this dagger, threads of the orange light start like moving into her eyes, and then her eyes start glowing with the same orange light, and almost like there are threads connecting her vision to the orb until eventually it just slowly goes dim after the 10 minutes are up. She kind of blinks, and her eyes are back to their, like, green. She looks up at you and goes, "It's a good thing we didn't touch this. It's something evil about it. It's got the taste of necromancy, which doesn't surprise me given that we took it from a being who called itself death."
I don't like the sounds of that.
Those things that you saw swirling inside the hilt, I think they're souls.
Can you tell whose soul?
I feel like I could get much more information if I were to physically connect with this. It's got some sort of a barrier that I think only physical connection can break. But I don't trust it enough to actually touch it. If we were to, perhaps someone more powerful could look, but that's all I can gather.
Do you think doing this could... The person who could connect with this, can that be anybody?
I think so, perhaps.
Would it tell them who the souls are?
I'm not sure. It could, I don't know, it could open a whole floodgate of awful things. I've heard about objects that are cursed and they may grant you temporary power in exchange for something awful. But I don't know how it works, I'm sorry.
Sean just glances down at the tattoo on his arm for a moment and then picks up the dagger.
All right. It doesn't feel any different. It still feels like it's just a piece of metal in your hand.
How do I do it? I need to know whose souls are in here.
Jean, I don't know. I don't know how it works. I see on the side there, if you turn your hand over, there's a little lever. I don't know what that does, but it might be connected. But you should put it down. We don't want to play with anything that we don't know the ramifications of. These souls could be anyone.
He puts it down again. I got to speak to you all sooner rather than later. I think it's time you learn a little bit more about me. Yeah, some shit happened tonight, and it's putting me in a bad state.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I don't think so. At least not here, not now. Perhaps as a group there's something we could do, but it's sort of why I was looking for people in the first place.
Ingwe shouldn't be too far off. I mean, he said he was on his way, so if we I'll wait in here with you unless you'd rather privacy.
No. I think it's probably wiser someone's here. I may do something dumb if not.
Right. Well, okay. I'll wait with you. Do you want to hear a story?
He's just looking down at the dagger. Just pulls the cloth over top of it to cover it and sort of turns and looks at Celeste. Yep. Yeah. Please.
Right, and she will launch into a very long and arduous story about one time when she was walking through the woods in search of winter and she came across some rabbits, and the rabbits spoke to her and told her secrets, and then she went home and told her father about them, but her father said that no, they're just rabbits and rabbits don't talk, and then she tried to drag him out and they got stuck in summer for 3 days together, and her father was very angry that he led her on this chase through the woods to find rabbits, and she would just tell him this random story from her childhood.
Right. About half an hour after you begin your story, Ingwe eventually arrives.
She's like laying back on the bed, like kind of like they do at slumber parties, like laying back on the bed with her hair like almost down to the floor, just recounting this story, just trying to just keep talking, even if he's not listening. She can just understand that he just needs something to get him out of his own head. So she would just be telling this long story.
So they're not long resting
Not
because
yet.
I'm away.
You said that you were on your way.
Yeah.
And you don't message me in that time.
Not yet.
That's fine.
Not yet.
Okay, because I'm imagining Ingwe spent 2 hours at Oran's and then 2 hours at the garrison.
So 4 hours.
Yeah. Like, because I
Right.
would have just waited. No, you guys messaged us. So you interrupted my second. So 1 hour at Oran's to get my long rest so that I could wild shape.
Short
And then
rest.
2 hours searching the thing.
I'd say you're still probably arriving just to speed it up.
Yeah, cool. So after that story, yeah, that's right. I suppose that's pretty restful too. Like, I'm gonna tell the drooling story. That's how we sometimes put the children to sleep.
Yeah, I guess we can say it counts as a short rest if you two want one.
Yeah, no, I think Sean would be too agitated anyways.
That's right.
Let's do on edge.
But eventually, Ingwe arrives as well.
So Ingwe's gonna do the late night thing, like outside, like, hey, John, what do I do? What do I do to get in? I don't want to. It's pretty late. Should I sleep here?
No. Just come on in. Jonas will probably lead you in. You can tell him to lead you right up to my room.
To your room. But shouldn't Jonas be sleeping? Man, that guy works long hours.
I mean, he was up when I got here, so I'm assuming. If not, grab one of the other servants. I'm sure they'll be able to lead you up.
Okay. Do I not ring? I don't want to ring the bell. Yeah, it's alright. I got it.
Ingwe, just
then
open the
I'll
door.
Figure it out and go up. Do it. Unless there's... No. I get inside.
So Jonas eventually welcomes you and says, your room has been made ready once again for a good night's...
No, I'm good. I'm going to John's room.
Right, well, if you go to your room and then go 2 further down on the right side, that is where Master Sean is.
Oh, yeah. No worries, mate.
Right. And close his door.
And Ingwe tries to stealth.
It sounds like a duck. Clap, 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 clap. Right. Eventually, you make your way to John's room.
Anyway, come in.
Where have you been?
Gone?
You told us that you were on your way like 2 hours ago. Did you get lost? Did you find a dog on the street?
Nah, I you know how I gave you those flowers?
Yes.
Well, I was waiting at Oran's because I thought we were going to go rescue Lorien, and now I realize, like, I'm sorry, I get really confused by stuff. I thought, well, we had to get 4 people back, and we only got 3, and they said they were going to take him to the lockup. So I went and found, well, I didn't find Lorien. I went and tried to find Lorien because I thought that we were going to go rescue him, and now I get it, because I went into the garrison and searched around and couldn't find Lorien. But man, that place is massive. He's fucked.
It's a garrison, Ingwe.
Yeah, but I've only been here 5 days.
How the hell did you get in?
I turned into a rat,
Right, of course.
and then I wandered around. I didn't get very far, but clearly I've picked it up now. Like, I was confused because when we were at the other place, I was like, Celeste, why aren't you saving your dude? That's your responsibility. And Celeste was like, he's fucked. I'm out. And now I understand because he's fucked and I'm out. So John?
Yep.
In the morning, I can help you with that thing. Do you want to get rid of it?
Which thing?
Well, you know when you know when the hacker showed up with his like, yeah,
No. Wait. Who? What?
the dude in the long flowing ropes and the white face and the big thing.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
The same at my home. They told this story about the hacker and the spy ninjas would go and like fight him, and that's what he looks like.
Okay. So we're gonna deal with that in the morning.
Well, no, when that happened, that lady came out of you.
Yeah. 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 No. We'll get into that in a moment. Let's figure out Lorian first.
Nah, he's fucked.
What the hell happened in the first place? What got him there? What that last I left, he was on stage doing a song and dance. We went upstairs.
I mean, that's the
Came
last
back
I saw
down.
of him as well, until he was dragged out of one of the adjacent rooms with the daughter of the prince in all states of undress. And so now he has been sentenced to execution. And I'm not sure what 4 people of no notable reputation or standing can do to reverse that. If the prince decrees something, I'm pretty sure it's binding. And as Ingwe said, getting in and out of a garrison, especially with an extra person, isn't as simple as it seems.
Yep.
You can always go down there and talk and say, "Hi, we'll give you money to release this prisoner, but I don't think that we have enough money combined to even put a dent in the sort of
But
bribe
why
that
would we do that? Aren't we only getting paid like 200 gold for this job?
That's exactly what I'm saying, Ingwe. It's not worth us. I mean, I gave him very strict instructions.
Do we know what time he's being executed tomorrow?
They said in the morning.
If we do this job, right, and they said they're going to give us 200, was it 500? How much gold did they say they were going to give us for this job?
I believe it was
300 gold. So they're going to give us 300 gold. And we like pulls out all the shit that he's got. Like, how much do you reckon that's worth?
the hell is this crap? Where'd you get this from?
Well, we're on the hunt for money. I can imagine, like you described Tom, that like Ingwe got one napkin box and one golden napkin holder.
Yeah.
Can I, like, just for flavor's sake, put the same value of whatever the rolls were, but there's like 100 napkin boxes.
Yeah, that's fine.
And like 23 golden napkin holders.
It's cutlery. It's just a whole bunch of weird, like
random shit. But also, too, I want to specially hand the fake necklace and the rings to Celeste. So there's like a bag that, like, imagine, maybe a box that the other servants were holding to like carry stuff, and that's got all the random stuff that he found. But the stuff that he stole off Aurum is in a different place. So he's like, "Oh yeah, look there." Yeah.
Did you feed Aurum alcohol to the point where he didn't know what the hell was going on?
No, I tried to stop him. I tried to stop him, and I know you told me not to like stop the alcohol from being alcohol, but I did that too, and he was real keen. Like, he worked it out. Man, that kid, that old dude's real smart. He worked out that I like cleared the alcohol from everywhere in his vicinity, and then he just walked out of that vicinity and got more alcohol. I mean, the servants, they do it for, like, man, that's...
Some people just cannot be helped, and I feel as though tonight has been a stark reminder of that fact. Is that
Yep.
if people are shit, they'll always be shit.
Anyway, just a heads up, with this shit you've grabbed here, if you were caught, you could have ended up in that garrison too.
Yeah, for a minute.
I mean,
Stealing from the halls of justice, which is under the decree of the prince. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I was in the garrison, and then I was not in the garrison.
yeah. I think it's a different situation when they lock you up.
You reckon
right.
can they stop?
I've seen
good
it
one.
happen. Well, I've heard of situations where people's magic have been negated by certain areas of effect.
Yeah, but I get the impression that like all the servants were stealing stuff. Like I listened to that we were hanging out, and that like I thought that was just a thing. It's not like I stole stuff of Valentina or someone important.
Well, as long
Sure.
as you were safe. I mean, that's what matters. But maybe in future, well, I suppose do what you want, but
No,
still
explain
quiet.
it to me. So in I can steal stuff as long as it's not from powerful people. Is that what you want?
I have a. This may seem like an odd question, but are you familiar with laws?
Yes. Where I was from, the laws are very strict. It's very regimented. Uh, some would say our society is very lawful good. Yes, very strict. Very.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're familiar that different locations have different laws as well, right?
Yes. No. Yes. Yes.
All right. Well, there's a law against stealing.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Against most of the kingdom. I would imagine this one goes across most cities or sort of villages. And I got a pretty good feeling that the punishment for that is usually getting sent to jail. But I feel like
I'm not
the
worried
more
about sending you to
important
jail.
the
Yes.
person
Go.
you're stealing from, the worse the punishment.
Good. Okay. So you've confirmed what I've said. If I steal from like a party, no one cares because parties are unimportant and they're not people. But if I steal from Valentina or an important person, how important is Orem?
I feel like the fact that we had to escort him, he's probably pretty important.
Okay. I'm pretty sure he didn't know that I stole from him, but I stole from him. I gave his boot back though. I
Sure,
won't
he's
steal
very
from him next
appreciative
time.
of that.
Got it. We were mates. Great chance.
Oh, shit, what a night. Um, all right. Let's try to keep those things hidden away. If your intent for stealing them, like you just
Well, you
wanted them?
told me that you needed money to complete your quest, and so I deduced that the best way to get money was to take it off people that didn't have important quests. And
Anyway,
now I even know your quest is important. You've got like someone inside you. I saw them. I knew it. I knew you had someone inside you. I told you I could get them out, and now I've seen the person. Are they good or bad?
they're the best, but we'll get to that.
Oh, so you don't want them out?
Um,
Who was it?
I, Jean sort of just takes a deep breath and sits on the edge of the bed. Yeah, all right. Let's get into it.
Tam, wake up and come in here. I'm having a discussion.
All right.
So I'm here in search of people to help me cleanse my home. My home was attacked by undead. It's sort of the reason you see I'm a little more adamant on stopping them when we encounter them. I I've been encountering these things at night, these visions. At first, I thought it was all in my head. I thought I was just being tortured by the events that had occurred. But that night at Tam's place, when you said you saw the hands, I, I, I panicked and I acted like it wasn't a thing. I don't know if maybe I believed if I could trick myself into believing it, maybe it would be the case. But
Don't worry, we all knew.
that I think that spectral being that came from me, I think that's my wife. She didn't make the attack. she was my son, myself, and my wife. We ran, and she was attacked, and she wasn't able to fight it off. And she started becoming one of them. I couldn't do anything to stop it. I think one of the reasons I'm more curious about magic now, maybe if I knew something, I could have helped her, but she turned, and all my son and I could do was tie her up and keep a safe distance. We fell asleep, the exhaustion from the run, and we woke to another man having doing what I couldn't.
Sean, that's awful.
Killing them like you did in that village?
He finished her off, thinking she was part of whatever had attacked. Me and my boy lived in the woods for some months after that, and eventually I figured I needed to go find people, but people won't work for free. And so I set out to find someone. I thought an initial job with you would just be another way of making some money till I could get someone from maybe the Golden Gauntlet or who knows. But I find myself now in a position where these hauntings, these visions, I think they're real. And she kept telling me to save her, and she pointed right at that thing, that beast of bone that was charging towards us. And when it vanished, she vanished. And when I saw that dagger, and you said there were souls inside, I gotta know. I gotta know if she's in there. Is this the blade that did it? And he just sort of puts his head down and closes his eyes.
Sean, I am so sorry. That is more tragedy in a few moments than most experience in their entire lifetimes. What was her name?
Cerithia.
Your boy? Where is he now?
Another complication. Um, yeah, I taught him to defend himself, and we set up a little camp for him to stay. But my father-in-law found out about Cerithia's death, and we bumped into each other. He was not happy, and he's now set out to go find my boy, and I have no way of getting in contact with him.
Perhaps that's for the best. I mean, I'm
Could
not
be.
one to pry. Obviously, I do not have children of my own, nor do I have a father-in-law. But given the circumstances, perhaps it would be best if the boy had someone to watch over him. I mean, it would be hard enough losing two parents than being left on your own.
Oh, you're probably right. I was hoping to go find my father-in-law and tell him myself, but him finding out on his own seemed to put him in a bad state. I mean, I looked up to him like another father of my own, and I'd never been spoken to him the way he spoke to me when he found out. And I mean, I understand the anger, but I'm just concerned he may try to turn my boy against me. If what he's feeling wasn't just a moment of passion.
Even if he did try, and not that I know him, obviously, but even if he did try, your son was with you, Sean. He saw what you went through, and he had to run and escape his homeland, and I feel as though that leaves a mark on a child, and while, yes, it could be harrowing, it also brings them closer to their family. So I think that even if your father-in-law did try, your son knows that what you did was to protect him.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Sean, there's also something else that I hope that you know. That if you need people, you said that people won't do things without coin, but if we can be of any assistance, we need no coin to offer our aid. Well, at least I speak for myself. Ingwe does like trinkets. Perhaps you can offer him a rock from your garden. Might enjoy something like that.
Mr. John,
Yes, Ingwe.
I don't know many things, but I know a man. I think not many people have said to you this recently, but you are a good man. I've not been here for a very long time, and I've met many people doing many things, and lots of the things that you do are against the laws of my people. And we've discussed today the difference between law and goodness. And most of the things you've done have been against the laws of the laws of my people. And yet I can't help but be drawn to your goodness. And I will do anything. I think I will break the laws of your people if you will not. I will
Thank you.
kill the undead. I will take that spirit from you. I can take that spirit. I just don't know if you want me to. If it's your wife, should I take the spirit from you?
I don't know if I want you to yet either.
I won't.
But I'd never see her again, and now I don't know.
So, I hope from our travels together, you know that I am unpredictable to you because my laws are not the same as your laws. And I hope to become predictable because I trust you're a good man and I want to help you solve this problem.
Thank you. He's gonna get up and give Ingwe a hug. And then go over to Celeste, hug as well. And to Tam. And then just sort of look about. Well, things went badly for me back at home. I've been grateful pretty much since the day I met all of you. So thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for what you've taught me. And thank you for being here for me in this instance. And
Be
anyway,
with you in this instance and the next.
thank you. And anyway, you wanted a secret. Let's keep this between the four of us. How's that for a secret?
Promise. Does not leave this room.
My sister will. I will tell her eventually, but she's not in a position to learn something like this right now. I don't want to stress her out when she's this far along. I'll let her have her child. Give it some time, and then I will let her know. I think it's best I probably don't tell my mother either at this moment. I don't know how great she is at keeping secrets. She always taught me about honesty, and well, I think she knows what should be kept. I think it'll just show in her eyes whenever she speaks to my sister.
Mr. John. I mean no offense by this, but you're not a very smart man. I don't understand why this is a secret.
I just don't think everyone needs to know my life story. Some things I just prefer to keep to myself.
I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. But I'm with you.
Just like you're making me understand magic, I hope one day I'll make you understand this.
All we need right now, Ingwe, is trust.
All right.
I trust you. I do the things that you say. Everything that I've done has been. I hope that I haven't done anything. If I've done anything. Oh, actually, I didn't tell, and then I'll tell you the whole story about the hiding in the bush thing that you already know. About being a cat, I'm really sorry, I'm gonna get this on my chest. I lied to you.
Shit. That's a hell of a story, man. We spotted you in the bushes, Tam and I, but the rest of it is news to me. Or at least we know you're capable of doing some spy work.
I think then I would proceed to tell, because Ingwe's quite intelligent, so I think I could recount in a really methodical way the experience that you've all had of me being alone in the garrison. Yeah, I think I would oh yeah, this is what I did on the way home. But then, like, even because my society is very lawful, good, and like it's all about like it would be a kind of a change to you. Like, I'm reporting the exactness of the storytelling really important, all the details. Like, oh, I noticed how there was like slime on the wall, the cleanliness, like a
No,
lot of
Ingwe.
detail.
I mean, if you wanted to get into the garrison and wander more freely, you could transform into that cat that you saw.
I could, yes, I could just
They
wander
didn't
around.
seem to mind that having that there. So if you got a good look at it and you know the markings and things like that, you could potentially. Not that I'm suggesting we do that. I'm just saying that if you were to want to get back in, that is an option.
Well, I suppose that's the question, Mr. John. Is the way? I mean, you've been very interesting about money, and your sense of honesty. I don't understand, and your sense of values. I don't understand. But if can you just explain to me what you understand about this job? Like, if we were getting 400 gold for the gold, I know we're getting 500, but if we were getting 400 gold for this job, and we got 3 people back, does that mean we get 300 gold because 400, or are we getting 0 because they all had a bad time, or I'm pretty sure Aram had a good time, or how does it work? Or because we were given the job, do we have a moral obligation to complete it?
I mean, honestly, at this point, I have no idea. I I think the
We should
best
speak
option
to
right
Val.
now, exactly,
Speak to
regardless of
Val.
circumstance, I think we should speak to him because we can find out more about this job side of things. And
He is the one who made the deal, so it should be him to decide what the terms and stipulations are.
yeah, and I think if anyone's gonna have a foot in the door, so to speak, or someone to speak to help this Lorian, it might be him.
We can go and speak with Karameshi. I mean, she did give us a calling card, so we can go, hey, while we're here, quick favor. I'm joking. But unless.
I mean, it could work. She's not the talkative type, though. By the way, something weird. We on our way, we sort of made a stop off. I mean, she didn't say a word. She, I mean, maybe two to me all night. But we sort of stopped off, and she hopped out into like an alleyway, and the presenter was there. And I mean, I've seen some shady deals out walking the streets at night. Um, it looked like they had some sort of shady exchange before she hopped back in, and we moved on. Um,
I don't think it
and
was a shady exchange, Sean.
I, I mean, I don't know what else it could be, but
Do you remember when she walked in and all the lights went out and she was able to make that big grand display of her entrance?
oh goddamn, she was planning an entrance. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That is something that is quite commonly done in those circles. If you have enough coin to pay the presenter, they are willing to bend the rules and perhaps shine a spotlight on you.
All right. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense than the most powerful person in the world, like buying some of those weird mushrooms you can find in the forest. Uh, yeah. You're right. I guess less to be concerned about there. But yeah, I think. Do we need to make the contacts now? It's going to be in the morning. This is happening, right? We're not sleeping. I get a sense.
Can wait, Mr. John.
Yep.
Can I have been confused tonight? Celeste is very clearly not worried about Lorien, which is doubly confusing because no, I think we would have shared the spoils. So even if she failed at her job, we would have shared the
It's not that
results.
I'm not concerned, Ingwe. It is that I feel as though my hands are tied at this point, because what am I to do? If you can give me an answer to that and present me with an option to save Lorien, then I would love to hear it. But I feel as though I gave him very strict instructions and he did not listen to those instructions, and therefore he has been taken away. And it was either me stay down there and keep my eyes on him, or go up and help actually defend the ball from a much larger threat than a man core.
So
So it's not that
Ingwe's
I'm not
response.
concerned.
Ingwe's response would have been like a real blank stare for ages. That looks like he's trying to work out the answer to your question, which was, "What am I supposed to do?" And then like the million answers, like kill the guards, like turn him into a mouse and pick him up and put him in a pocket. But he would have also just like been distracted by that and the emotion. So he's like,
My mother used to have a saying. I guess doesn't really apply to this household in particular, but you sleep in the bed you make, and I feel like his dumb decisions have done that, but I don't think he deserves what he's getting for what he's done.
Absolutely, I don't think that he deserves the death sentence, but I also don't know that I can unravel a prince's decree.
Oh no, and that's why I think we should speak to Bal and see if there's anything we can do. If not, I think that's us reaching our arm out as far as we can.
Because I also would hate to put any of you in danger for his mistakes.
"Oh wait, have I put you in danger for my mistakes?" Gestures to the pile of shit on the floor.
I don't think so. I mean, there's no guards running down the streets with lit torches looking for us. But in future, perhaps those sort of things could have consequences that would reflect on all of us, rather than just yourself.
What do you think Baal thinks? What would Baal think?
You would have to ask Baal. Well, maybe not ask him, but I think he's the only one that can give you that answer.
Okay, I'll ask him tomorrow.
Speaking of asking Bal, I can pull out my sending stone. Am I misremembering? Or can this go 5 ways? Did Bal have one of these connected to us?
Don't think so. I think it's just us that are connected.
He never said so, at least.
We could be spying the whole time on all of our stuff.
Baal? Yes, I really think that Baal's head shines like a beacon whenever he walks into a room, Jean. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. It's like that fire that Ingwe makes. Just shines bright.
No, I don't
bursts
think he
into
can
song.
hear us.
He's either real good at taking some shit or yeah, he ain't got one. All right.
Well, I'm going to go and try and get a little shut-eye, just for a couple of hours, because I don't feel like the world is moving too quickly. I'm assuming it's like 2 o'clock in the morning at this point.
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't really think there's much we can do right now unless we want to go and wake up some people, which I don't think they'd be too appreciative of.
No, but I think we need little sleep and an early rise. He's gonna wrap up the dagger and sort of look at the 3 of them and go over to Celeste. Be like, I think it's best one of you take this away from me for tonight. Put it in your hands. You know what it does more than any of us. All right.
Safe.
See you all in the morning.
See you in the morning, Jean.
And just starts
You know where
awkwardly.
to find us if we need us, if you need anything.
Yep.
What time are you planning on getting up?
Well, can I just say, like, if we're in John's room, as we get out, as we open the door and walk out and close the door on John, Ingmei would just say, "So, you don't want me to do the cat thing? Because we don't." Just checking.
I feel like we need to talk to some people first and figure out what our options are. Perhaps that's our last option.
Good. And should I put the things back that I've stolen from this house?
No, keep them here. Oh, wait, from this house?
Yeah, from this house.
Yes, put those back. You're stealing from Jean's sister.
Because it's John's. Thanks.
Right. Just as a note, Celeste will be waking up with the dawn. She wants to get out and do something in the morning.
So, 6:30, which is not a long rest away, but you only need 4 hours of sleep anyway, so you're good.
Yeah.
Everyone else, that might be tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Ingmei
Sean's
would
also
long rest.
aiming for.
Right. So, you two would get up at 8.
Or yeah, Ingmei's gonna sleep in because the conversation we had last night was our goals a long way away, and old mates. We don't care about old mates, so that's the urgent problem.
Right.
Good.
I'll try and long rest.
Yeah.
All good. Well, speaking of rest, let's have a break.
Sweet.
Let's have a short break, and then we'll be right back.
All the law.
Yeah.
Pile it on, baby, like a Sunday.
All right. Let's jump to a break.
Sweet. See you
ya.
shortly.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants. and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a Peace of Swords came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years, the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Whatever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly tests the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are a descendant from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ortonfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Cawthon grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Cawthon for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvoln, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Hey.
On my camera, apparently. There we go. My camera is the slowest today. Cool. We are back after a break.
Woo-hoo.
And as far as I understand, everyone had a nap. And Celeste gets up earlier than everyone else at 6.
Yes. So, Celeste would like to
Can't
make
hear
her.
What?
You can't hear me?
I can.
Yeah?
Now I can't hear you.
Must be
Jimmy.
my thing. Apologies. I don't know. My computer's going crap tonight. I don't know what's going on.
It's Friday the 13th. Let's just
Oh
figure it
no.
out.
Well, it's not
I'll figure
Friday,
it
but
out.
Monday the 13th.
So, Celeste would like to get up with the sparrows' farts and all the people that start to make their way and do their early morning shopping, going to the markets, things like that.
Right.
And make her way down to the blacksmith.
Okay, yeah. So there's a little bit of a walk. You get all the way down to the markets you have been
So I'm
before.
hoping that by the time she gets there, if she left it, like she woke up, did her hair, got dressed, had a bit of a, quick dip in the bath. By the time she got there, hopefully it would be open.
Yes, so they would open around 6 as well. So as soon as you wake up, you can already pretty much head there. So the Mercury Markets is where you need to go. You've been there before. And it's no problem finding a blacksmith.
So she would go in. We don't have to RP it if you don't want, but essentially she is looking for an axe, an actual hand axe.
Oh yeah,
She wants one that's beautiful. Like she would want quite a beautiful one, perhaps with a really nice wrap on the actual handle, kind of like an ornate design. Not necessarily just an axe, but one that's kind of spiky at the top and has a nice curved blade.
Right.
So if you want to add a couple of extra gold pieces, she would pay for that.
Rightio. Let me just see what the price is of such a divine
And she would
hand
also
axe.
request for an engraving on the handle.
Okay, what do you want the engraving to be?
She wants the engraving to say "less than real."
Less than real?
Less than real.
Okay, cool. No
It's
problem.
not a common word. It
Right.
is a word from her home language.
Right. No problem. That is definitely doable with a little bit of assistance from you to do the spelling for him. He can definitely do that.
She would write it out.
Right. So a hand axe is normally 5 gold. So I'd say a little bit of an interesting one. 7 gold. Gold is still worth a lot.
Yes, absolutely.
7 gold. It's no problem.
So she would pay for that, and then make her way across the market to that drow woman that she had an encounter with earlier.
Right. So in the flux. So that's on the other side. I'm just moving the map while I'm talking. That's why I'm looking the other way here. So let me just find the right one. The flux is number. If I can find it. I believe this is the wrong one. Let me get my list, sorry. There's so many different points on this map that I just need to find the right one here. There we go. Very bad. So 34. So number 44 is the flux. Let me try to find that on my map here so you can see it. If I can. I'm a little blind right now, but yeah.
It's all right. Know the general area.
I figured it out, by the way, guys. So it was my new mic. I unplugged it and everything's golden. So
my
Apologies.
Yeah. All good.
Technology.
I know. How dare it?
How dare technology?
There you go. So, yes, you arrive at the flux.
Right, so she would walk in with the axe, holding it not like you would normally hold an axe, kind of like up near the blade area, and she's just kind of like, oh yes. She'd walk in and she'd lay it down on the counter.
Right.
She'd like it to be like a very nice kind of like silver, you know, like very shiny.
Yep.
And she'll put it down and she'll say, as promised, I have returned. I'm looking to get this weapon enchanted.
Right. So you're met by the young drow lady missing an arm, and also by BBEG, the personal assistant, floating at the entrance. Right. So what do you want me to do with this one again?
So I'd like it to be enchanted. So if I were to throw it, I could speak a word and it would return to me.
Right. That's not too much of a problem. I believe I said that it was going to be 300 gold.
You said 150.
Damn, I was generous. Anyway, 150 then.
So she'll pull out her recently reacquired coin purse and put the money down on the counter
Right.
and say, how long until I can expect this to be complete?
Well, for an enchantment this size, I'd say maybe an hour or so, and you can come back and get it.
Right, thank you very much.
No worries. And she
We'll be back.
takes the money and she gives you a little piece of candy.
Thank you for that. Do you happen to have a piece of parchment and a quilt that I could borrow while I'm here?
Sure, why not? She puts it in front of you.
So Celeste will spend some time writing out the word, and then she'll write it also in her home language as well, so the different characters and letters.
Right.
And then, do some little ornate things and then roll it up and get a little bit of string and tie it. And then while she's waiting, she'll probably just go and grab a coffee from somewhere and then make her back later.
Right. No
After the
problem.
hours passed.
No problem at all. And how long do you spend on perusing the market?
Well, it depends. She'd grab her coffee and, I don't know, maybe an extra... Didn't take her that long to write out the word, so I'd say maybe half an hour.
Right. Perfectly fine. We're good. So, at this point, it's probably around 7 total, I think. 7 o'clock. Anything else you wish to do?
No, that's it. So she would go, she would, get her coffee, have a little look around the markets, maybe buy like an apple or something, I guess, from someone who looks like they're trying really hard to make a living, and give it to like a child. And then, then she would go back and then get the axe again when it's completed.
Right. So it becomes probably 7:30 as she's finishing it. And these guys are still sleeping until 8. So at 7:30, you have a new hand axe with an enchantment.
So she would take it, tie the scroll that she wrote on, tie it around the hilt of the axe, and then return back to Jean's sister's place.
Right. So as a walk from there to there, that would probably be around 8 you arrive, I'd say. And as she arrives, you two wake up. It's morning.
Oh, boy, it wasn't a dream. All right.
Get up, put on the most basic of basic clothing, and then head on out into the hallways and just look up and down. Ingwe, Celeste, Tam, any of you up?
You can hear Tam throwing up in the bathroom.
Yeah, I've been awake all night.
Oh.
Hey, Alex.
Glad to see you.
Alex, can you do something for me?
I'm referring to one of the servants.
Yes, of course. What
Um,
did you help with, sir?
I got up a couple of hours ago, and I found this box of stuff. I don't know where it's from, but it's not mine. So can you put it away?
Of course, sir. Just lead me to the boxes, and I will take care of it.
And I'll give him the box of stuff that I stole from all the time that I was here.
Well, he looks very confused as he sees these different things. Right. I'm guessing that some other guests must have left this.
Careful, there's ghosts around.
Right. He starts packaging it so it's a little easier to move around.
Can I
John's
just
gonna-
check? Can I just check? Are we still? I just spent some time preparing my spells before we went to sleep. We're not worried about finding out where Lorraine is, or we are.
I think we gotta go find Ball and try to figure that out. Just, I'm gonna put my head over towards Tam's door.
Oh!
I told you not to take from that platter. I told you it didn't look fresh.
I thought it was water.
All right. Sounds like Tam might be out for the day. But
Sorry,
all right.
Adam.
Yeah, I think we need to speak to Ball and see at least what could be done, if anything, and then we'll go from there. Gonna go over and knock on Celeste's door. Celeste. Celeste, you up?
Good morning, Jean.
Morning. You're not in your room, are you?
No, I'm not. I was wondering if you might join me downstairs in the garden momentarily.
All right. All right. See you shortly.
Distracting Grey with some breakfast. I'm sure he'll oblige.
Sort of like turn to literally telling way and then just stop. Oh, okay. Put it away.
Okay.
Anyway, do you want to go down and see if breakfast's on its way? Meet you there in a
idea.
moment. I'm gonna go see if I can find Celeste. I think she's downstairs somewhere.
Yeah, sure, mate. Let's go.
Meet you there shortly. Start making my way down towards the garden.
I'm assuming that they have some sort of private
Oh,
garden
absolutely.
area,
They have
yeah.
a large garden there.
with like a nice stone bench or something.
There's a little balcony up on the second floor where you can see that Midas is currently sitting reading through some paperwork with his little glasses on, and he's like nodding as he realizes you're down in the garden, and he continues what he's doing right there.
Sean sort of slowly makes his way out, looking a little confused. Everything all right?
Yes, absolutely. I was thinking about our conversation, well, a lot of our conversations actually that we've had of late, especially in relation to magic and your not quite understanding of magic, but I thought I might gift you something. The ability to dip your toe into the world of enchantments and things like that without actually having to commit to anything.
Okay. What sort of toe dipping are we talking about?
She's going to pull out the axe, again not holding it as you would hold an axe, and kind of like present it to you. So here, this is for you.
Sort of very slowly puts his hands out.
Ideas
What
to
is
ask for
this?
a rather finely made one. I do hope that it will suffice. I knew that you lost your other one when we were down in the well.
Oh, you didn't have to. I can't accept this.
Of course you can.
Looks like you must have spent a mint on it. This is the fanciest damn axe I've ever seen.
How's the weight? I've heard that that's a thing when it comes to martial weapons.
Sean sort of puts his fingers underneath the sort of the beard of the blade and sort of loosely swings it about a bit.
It's pretty good.
Feels damn good.
See that that scroll attached to the blade?
Yeah. Takes it off. Starts to unwind it. What does it say? Exactly. It's gone.
So it says Lesenial.
Lesenial. How do I spell that?
So Leseniral. Lesenrial.
R-I-A-L. Okay.
And there is also the Elven translation underneath it, which I've written out, but it's basically just dashes and lines and curls and things like that.
Yeah.
And she'll say that word with me, Lesenrial.
Lesenrial.
Yeah, pretty close. Lesenrial.
Lesenrial?
Riel.
Real. Lesenrial.
You do me a favour. I want to see how that thing throws. Do you reckon you can hit that tree?
Sort of gently rolls it back up and puts it on a little ledge somewhere. Are you sure? I
Absolutely.
feel like I haven't earned this or anything.
Mr. Jean, Ingwe says, putting his hand on Jean's shoulder.
I thought I sent you to go get breakfast.
I think we spoke about this last night. Gift giving is an important part of many cultures to show trust. If you refuse this gift, you're showing you don't trust Miss Celeste.
Oh, it's not that. I just think it was...
Show graciousness. I know your nature is to refuse and reject that we think you're a good man. But we think you're a good man.
Sort of looks at the tree. Before he responds, he grabs it and gives it a hurl.
What the fuck? Jeez. Sean, what are you doing down there? Oh my god, the neighbors are gonna have a field day. Oh,
Sorry, Midos.
I think I dropped my tea.
I
Right.
figured it was a tree. I didn't realize that would cause any trouble.
No, that's fine. It was... Yep, that's fine. Carry on.
All right. Yeah, do I have to roll an attack to see if it hits or what? Or...
Yeah, sure. Just roll like a general attack.
Natural 20.
Jean can throw axes.
You just
When
hit
the-
the... It's just like a smaller trees because it's in a garden. So it just hits the tree and just splits it in half.
Oh, shit.
I'm sure Ringo can fix that.
Maybe.
Druidcraft
think
gets some
so.
vines to wrap around it and put it back together.
Ingwe walks over to start doing that.
Now, Jean, remember that word?
Listen real.
And then as you say that, the axe disappears from in the tree and then reappears in your hand.
Holy shit.
Do it again! Do it again! Do it again!
But please, maybe not again. Those trees are quite expensive. That one was 100 gold worth. But
I got you
if
covered,
you must, of course.
Ingwe's eyes light up. Bloody plants are expensive in this place. I'm gonna be a millionaire.
Chud just looks up at Midos and goes, "Don't worry, Midos, I got you." And he's gonna spin it around and just hurl it straight into the air.
Oh,
And
no,
as it
that's-
sort of reaches the peak. He's gonna Lesenrial.
Oh, where did it go? It's gonna hit one of the neighbors.
Right here, Midos.
Look,
Right here.
I'm gonna go to my office. This is way too distracting. Sorry, I will talk to you over breakfast. And he walks back in with his papers, very confused.
Sort of spins it around. Puts it into his little holster. Just taps it twice. and then just give Celeste a big hug.
She'll kind of like, as he's hugging her, she'll kind of like stand on her toes and whisper in his ear, "It means home."
He squeezes just a little bit tighter, and then
And then
releases.
she'll pull back and kind of like have her hands on his shoulders and go, "Magic isn't always scary, so I hope that this gift will, you know, appease you a little bit in your acceptance of it." And now, it'll be much harder to lose them.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you all for everything you've done. You've been incredible. And I'm glad to call you all friends. Home.
Now, should we go and see that breakfast anyway? And then we'll go in and see if we can find Baal. I think he's still at the Raven something.
Three ravens.
3 Ravens.
Yeah, we got a potential life in our hands. Shit, yeah. Let's go. Maybe Danica knows something, some sort of spell. She'll be able to call Baal. Get it through quicker.
Be useful.
She's good at what she does.
I guess we'd go into the dining room to find people there.
Yep. So most of the servants are there, and Danica is there with a cup of tea already, getting ready for breakfast, wearing her normal morning attire, just a lot less
Sorry, I thought we
casual.
had breakfast outside. I thought it was like, get the servants to bring it to us.
They would just have instructed you to that it's not ready yet, so we have to wait a little.
Danica.
Oh,
Morning.
hey Sean. Morning. How did it go last night? I heard that there was a great kerfuffle at the ball.
That's an understatement. The nitty-gritty we don't need to talk about, but the long story of it is, for the most part, everything worked out fine.
Oh, okay. That does sound good.
The part that didn't, you wouldn't happen to have the ability to speak to someone who's not here with us, would you?
Yes, of course. That's one of the first things you learn, obviously.
You ever met Mr. Ball? Mr. Bathleball?
No, I don't believe so.
We need to get in touch with him, see if he knows anyone or can do anything regarding the one thing that didn't go so smooth last night.
Okay, well, do you know, do you have any way of explaining how he looks or anything like that?
Oh yeah, he looks like this.
And you'll turn into him? Oh, what a rather small individual. Sure.
It would be a big version because I can.
Yeah, it'd be a big version.
Oh,
of
sorry.
Baal.
sorry.
They're
Right.
shorter.
It's a bit strange, but yes, okay. Yeah, I can probably do that. What do you want me to say to him?
Well, the most important thing is that we need to meet and speak. But let him know it's concerning the job last night, and that the sooner the better. Urgency is key.
Right. Okay. Well, I can definitely do that. Just give me 2 seconds. It's been a while since I've done this. This is so exciting. And she traces a few lines across the air, and then you see this almost like it's not like a microphone, but it's kind of like a staticky net that kind of comes up electricity in front of her, and she's like, excuse me, Mr. Baal, I believe that Sean and his fellow compatriots would like to meet with you about something that occurred yesterday at the event. And after 2 seconds, you can see that she's focusing on listening to something. Yes, thank you very much. He says that he is still at the 3 Ravens, so if you wish to talk to him, you can meet him there.
All
Is the
right.
3 ravens the same place that Oren was at?
No. He was at a very different place.
He was at the Belladonna, right?
Yes, he was.
All right, the 3 ravens. We should probably go sooner rather than later, right?
Well,
I've
if
already
you
had my breakfast, so I can go whenever.
well, just let me know if you need anything from us. Like you're our guests, of course. We will try to help as much as we can.
Sean
We
sort of
still on
pauses
for
for a moment.
tonight?
Then I go for it. Sean's pausing for a moment, so yeah.
Are we still on for the night, Danica?
For which part, sorry?
I thought we were meeting with Jean's mother tonight for dinner.
Yes, that is correct. We still are.
Perfect, looking forward to it.
She's very excited.
I don't normally ask you for these sorts of things, sis, but you wouldn't happen to lend us a carriage and horse or something? Something with a bit of zip that'll get us there quick.
Of course, I'll send Jonas with you. You'll be there in no time.
All right. Appreciate it. Let's go.
And she waves one of the servants over, and 2 seconds later, Jonas arrives again. He looks a little tired, but he's there. Like, yes, my lady, sirs, how may I be of assistance?
We need to get to the 3 ravens. We need to get there quick.
Right.
And you need more rest, friend. After this...
Coffee. Coffee is the way, sir.
Yeah. Can I... You seem to be able to do all these jobs. Can I give you the job of sleeping a couple hours? Because, goddamn, and I mean, you can tell my sister I told you to do it.
Well, I mean, I do this because I like my job, and I would like to advance into a leadership position later on, if possible. So it's always best to give in a little extra.
Holy
capitalism.
Shit. But if you come with me, I can definitely arrange for transport.
All right. Let's go.
As we're leaving the room, Celeste will reach down and grab like a breakfast muffin or something off the table and like pass it to Ingrid.
Scones and muffins and stuff. Yeah. Right.
As we were having breakfast too, Ingwe would have like...
We haven't had breakfast.
Didn't we not have breakfast with the people?
Nope.
That's why she passed you like a breakfast, like blueberry muffin or something as we're leaving.
No. You haven't had breakfast yet, no.
So Ingwe, kind of, as you've traveled with them over the last 5 days, has never been really hungry. Has never like been like it, which I assume oppositely to how you assume Ingwe eating. Always he's about like savoring the food because it's a new experience. And then today would make it really clear that this was like he was ready that tomorrow he'd be hungry because he wanted to be able to he'd probably have a conversation with Jean about it, like in a real like obscure way, to be like, oh yeah, I decided to let go of the berries and I'm a bit stressed about it, but I figured, I mean, you get yourself into some stupid situations, and tell you what, if you ever feel really hurt and you hear my voice and I can't do the berry thing and get you up by speaking, and so I changed last night. I took a lot of time. I'm a bit stressed about tomorrow being hungry because, I mean, I've given you the berries. You know how.
I know they sort you out quick. It's funny you chose today because we were on the run. I was literally just about to ask if you had one at the ready.
Well, I've got heaps today. I've got like this whole jar.
It's like 40 berries in a jar.
This is the last lot, and they run out tonight. But you can't. I mean, they're pretty.
Yeah. Why don't we just have one last one today, and then you have trouble with this, you come see me. I keep all sorts of little things to keep me satiated through the day. Pull out like some nuts from my rations bag and that sort of thing. Just things like this will help you through the day.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah. No problem. You're eventually led to the carriage, and Jonas helps you in and sits with you, and you're off. And about I don't know, maybe seeing a carriage like that, maybe 10 minutes later, you would probably arrive at the Three Ravens. And Jonas will stay with the carriage, and as soon as you leave the carriage, it looks like he's getting ready to have a nap.
Good. Fucking deserves it.
No. But you arrive at the Three Ravens, and looks like a busy day.
Can we see Mr. Bal?
He is there, in the corner as usual, and he waves at you as soon as he sees you. Hello, everyone.
Hey, we got a situation.
Right.
We need to speak to you about.
Okay. Well, place it down and let's have. Have you eaten? Do you need something to eat? Drink?
Not yet.
No?
I'll be alright for now. Thank you.
Right. I'll have another ale, please. Thanks.
So the job last night went pretty well overall.
Pretty good.
Yeah, like a B plus.
Yeah,
Right.
you got. Prepare yourselves 3 home nice and safely.
What?
You haven't heard what's happened to Lorien by chance, have you?
Oh, I did hear something about him getting caught with his trousers around his ankles.
Mm-hmm.
What can I say?
Um,
You picked the wrong bee's nest.
all right. And that's sort of how you're thinking about it.
Oh, we've already been paid.
Woohoo!
I
Yeah.
suppose our concern was that we don't want him to be sentenced to death if that's at all avoidable.
mean- Everything's avoidable, I guess, but I'm not sure I can do much about it.
We just wanted to get your take on the matter, I suppose.
Well,
Because
that's horrible if someone gets sentenced to death, but maybe he's lucky. Maybe he'll go to a work camp.
Is a B plus good enough to get new jobs?
Well, as far as I can understand, it seems like we got more than one business card yesterday. And I definitely am hearing a lot of buzzing around the agents of action, so I would not be surprised. A lot of people seem to have seen you in action, so very well done.
well, if anything,
Oh.
we did go above and beyond last night.
It definitely sounds like it. So here's your cut, and he gives each of you 300 gold.
Oh,
And-
each of us 300 gold.
Yes, it's a good job. And he gives you another 300. Give that one to Tam if you see him. He's
Yeah,
right here,
he
apparently.
ate or drank something funny. He's back to the thing. He ain't doing so hot. But
Oh.
we'll get it to him.
Oh, it's the honey and diarrhea here. A lot of that going around.
I
Right.
guess so.
Well, I mean, I don't think I'll be able to bust anyone out of prison. I don't think I have that kind of reach, but definitely seems like there's more jobs coming. I just don't have one specifically right now. Not yet, at least.
Right.
Sean just sits there real awkwardly looking around, just thinking about, like, there's a man who's probably about to die that they were somewhat responsible for.
Well,
Just
perhaps the prince will sober up this morning and
Oh.
realize that the crime doesn't necessarily fit the punishment.
I have a feeling that maybe that the fact that he was drunk was actually the reason that Lorian's actually still alive. I mean,
Oh,
at least for a little while.
bit of a temper, does he?
He's a very emotional man. That's what I hear.
Was it particularly Jean that was the man's No, it was Celeste that was the man's man. Yeah.
Bob, not to involve you, but my sister got in touch with you.
Right.
You don't happen to have that same capability, right? I've seen you do a few tricks.
I haven't done anything.
No, the message someone with the magic.
Oh, I don't know how to do that.
Oh.
No, I have some friends that from time to time message me, and sometimes they come and pick me up and take me for a little. But I don't have any magical capabilities myself. I know a lot
Do
of
we
people.
think
But
he's telling the truth?
you can roll an insight check.
11.
Nah, you think he's pretty much on the level.
Just can't help but feel, I don't know, not responsible, but attached.
Right. Well, I definitely don't have that kind of reach. If you need to do something like that, you need a lot more powerful individuals than myself, I believe.
Hey, is Lorian's family important?
What?
Well, if Lorian, we've already been paid for looking after Lorian.
Right.
Jean seems worried about looking after him. Is there someone else that would pay us to go and rescue him? I know where he is.
Probably not. No, it's a bot. I mean, he has a lot of enemies. No offense.
Oh well.
Do you know where it's being done? Is it a local execution, like public one?
Oh, it'd probably be at the garrison around 10 today, I think.
Oh, good, they have it on a schedule. That's nice to know.
Oh, usually it's always happen around 10, I think.
Yeah, so people can show up and watch.
Yes, exactly. Most people have a sleepy inn.
Right.
They throw potatoes, I heard. Like, I heard that was the thing. Like potatoes, the red things with the squishy stuff inside.
Tomato.
Well,
Tomatoes, I got it.
well, so from sometimes, yeah, it depends on his on the way he's going to get.
And usually in Grey, they're actually all the rotten tomatoes that have gone bad. And
Right.
usually innkeepers sell them for like, a bronze a piece.
Yeah, it's a lot of money in that actually.
Yeah,
I had a
always
friend
thought
once
getting
that sold them.
potatoes grown at you would kill you before you died. That makes sense to me.
I mean, an avocado is pretty bad too if you get hit in the head if it's not ripe,
Anyway,
Yeah, let's-
getting a little bit off topic.
Oh, well, that's good. I'm feeling much better.
About the tomatoes.
No, about Lorian. I was really stressed about it. I lost sleep. Slept in. I was really worried. I went look around to see if I'm allowed to tell Baal that I went into the garrison. I went to the toilet lots of time because I was so worried about it last night.
All right, I get the troublesome bunny rabbit stomach myself sometimes when I have the stew, or if I'm really
Hey,
nervous
Mr.
about
Baal.
something. Yes.
Do you know where I can sell some stuff?
Well, the market, I guess. Depends on what you're trying to sell.
Okay, I'll go to the markets.
Right. Well, I only got a good recommendation from Valentina at least. Lorian obviously is unable to speak, and
Mr. Orem, he had a good night.
he's probably still not sober enough to remember. And the Klaus parents were very impressed that he only came home with 5 silver spoons instead of his usual lot. So I
Hey,
believe that you did well.
Mr. Baal, I've got a present for you.
Oh,
I made a little one. It goes on your lapel.
oh,
And then I try and pin a corsage
right.
into his lapel.
No problem. Maybe it's a little much for this, but thanks. Thank you very much. It's been a while since I get a present.
It'll always keep you safe.
Right. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So, I don't have any other jobs for you at the moment, but I will soon, hopefully. And I will let you know immediately as soon as I have one.
We still have some threads to follow in the city, so it's not like we will be idling.
No, Well, I'll find a way to contact you. I have friends here and there. But it was a pleasure talking to your sister, by the way. She seems like a very well-educated young lady.
Oh yeah. Oh, she's great. Yeah. I should introduce you sometime. She's real smart. She's studying at the Mage Academy.
Oh, right.
She's married to Midos. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Midos and his family.
Ah,
Lane Gates.
not really. To be honest, I don't spend too much time around the famous people. This was the first time I had a close encounter with some of the ball members. That's why I just had to go.
Well, maybe this contact can start getting you in touch with some of those contacts.
Right. Well, I might see if I can have a chat with them.
What are you doing tonight?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Why don't you come meet us? We're having some dinner. My mother's coming over. I haven't seen her in some time. I'll
Sure.
introduce you then. I'm
Yep,
sure
of
it'll be fine.
course. It'd be my pleasure.
All right. See, where was it? It's over in the Silverstone. Yeah, and I explained the address.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. No worries. What time do you want me to arrive?
I guess around sunset. Assume dinner's probably going to be kicking off shortly after that.
Yeah. No worries. I can definitely do that. No problem. Thank you for the invite. Looking forward to
Of
that.
course, you've done a lot of good for us, and you've helped us out. So I guess it's a way of repaying you and saying thanks.
Right. Well, enjoy the business so far.
Yeah. Sean just keeps like looking away and just thinking about this guy and tapping his axe, just thinking. You guys want to head out real quick? Maybe we go check out. Feels weird saying, but that execution.
Mr. What you on 10? What's your name? Mr. John. So Ingwe will like just for RP expediency, like explain to you his plan for making money, which involves like buying a farm and growing flowers and like that he has magic to grow the flowers, and then he's quite insightful, so he'll like pick up on that you're worried about the dude and be like, oh yeah, okay, hey, I got close last night and I met a few people. Do you want to find out about where Lorraine is before he I mean, we could wait and just watch him get executed. Do you want to talk to him before?
Talked to him before.
Well, we could find him.
Yeah. How? Hang on. What do you mean? What are you getting at?
Well, he's in the garrison, right? And I went there last night, and then I had a good sleep, and then, I met a cat, and there's lots of options. Like if it's really, it doesn't make sense to me. But you like very emotionally involved in this Lorraine guy, and it's a bit like going back to the village with the poison people, which I thought was silly because weren't worried about the poison people, but you were worried about the loyalty aspect of completing a job. And then I got to see my family, and then, well, your gut makes a lot of sense to me. So
Fair enough.
last night I prepared the spell so I could do it.
Okay. I honestly don't know what I want to do today. But I feel like doing something.
Well, we could head off and try and find your son and kill the undead that terrorized your family. I think that's the sensible thing to do. But if you don't want to do that, we can.
No,
stuff around in
that
this
that'll be done. I have a feeling that's not as simple as it originally seemed. But we will definitely do that. For today, though, let's start heading. It's a bad idea to try contact Valentina, right?
Well, we
You're
can just
asking
go
me?
over. We can just go over and speak to her. She
Yeah,
gave us an invitation.
yeah. I think that's gonna be our best move. I'm sorry,
Well,
guys. I
why don't
just
you go
feel
speak to Valentina, and I'll go see if I can speak to Lorian.
Celeste. What do you think?
I think that we should all stay together. Because as much as I trust Ingwe, and I trust his ability to get in and out of places, I would feel more comfortable if he were to stay with us.
Tell you what, how about while you're speaking to her, I promise not to go into the garrison.
Yeah. Would you be with us?
No, I have to go and sit outside. We can go there first, actually. We can go there first, and then I can't see or hear while I'm having a look. But is this a place where they have those like carriages where people get carried? Or not? Right,
And
you've got to be in a cart. Like if I can't see or hear, can John move me around?
where do you mean? Like in the bar?
No. Like in some cultures, not European ones, they have those like. Oh no, actually, Italian used to have the things that they could carry people around. Like, is this a place like in Rome? They had the like little
No,
box and the soldiers, and that's not a thing. You have to have like a
none of that
English.
shit like super
Yeah,
rich. Then maybe
no.
like that's more like a Sahanian experience or Dragon Empire one.
Yeah, got it. Well, like while I was there last night. Oh, is it close? Is it close to where we're at?
It's not too far.
And is it on the way to speak to Valentina?
Yes, she's in the Ember
So
Fold.
rather than arguing with Jean, when we go past the garrison, I will sit down. Can I see the cat?
So you still have to go a little bit off the path to get to where the garrison is. Because
Yeah,
of the
I'll
way
go
it's
off the
situated.
path. I'll be like, oh, come this way. And then I will try and like find a barrel or a bench or a like random spot and say,
Right.
I'll stay here.
Right.
And then promise that. You can call me on the things. I mean, if I'm no, I won't even turn into I won't even turn into an animal. I'll just speak to the cat when I see him. I didn't talk to him last night.
So when you get to the garrison, you can hear that there's already a lot of people moving around.
Yep.
The crowd's already been gathered, and you can see that there is a familiar individual, Lorian San Santos, on a little stool of sorts, ready to be hung.
Oh.
How close to 10 o'clock are
Found
we?
him!
It is 9:58 at this moment in time because of the going back and forth.
Oh, really?
I've been
okay.
counting it.
Yeah.
Shit.
If we're going to do anything, we would have to do
Yep.
it now.
Now's the time.
I thought we had a lot of time. We do definitely not have the time.
Are there any higher ups, any nobles, any people of importance, like
Make a
on the
perception check.
stands or anything like that? And also any of our quorum, like Valentina or so I think a 13. I'm just double checking. 13.
You don't see any of the individuals you were with last night except for Lorian. You do see that in one of the smaller balconies in the higher up levels, you can see there is some resemblance of Bastian himself watching this. Most of the people here are commoners throwing rotten fruit at Lorien, and him just kind of standing there on his little stool, and the executioner standing ready, waiting for his signal. There is a captain of the guards that you can see with a distinctness on his shoulder. But other than that, you don't see anyone else that seems to be in charge.
Do they look like one of the guards that Tam has spoken to, or is
No, this looks like this is probably the guy in charge of this
this
garrison. Yeah.
All right. Sean's hopping out. He's going to try to run up to the stage.
Right.
Oft.
Right. The guards are like in front of the stage as well, so you wouldn't just be able to get up on the stage, but you can get to the stage.
Okay. Sort of run right up and just stop there. Look up towards Bastion. Just be like, Prince Bastion! I think if I may have some time with you, I think there may be a mistake here.
You can see that he comes to the edge and he looks down. Who the hell are you?
My name's Jean Ortonfall, and I was the one who escorted Valentina to Karameshi last night.
Right.
I feel I may know more than what's known of the situation.
It's already done. And he waves his hand.
Axe out, throwing it.
All right.
That hurt.
I've got to try
At
cut the
Bastion.
line. I'm cutting the rope.
The line.
Oh my god, I thought you meant at the front.
Roll an attack roll.
This is probably the stupidest thing. Sean's about to go to jail, him damn self.
So that axe should be, I think, a plus... Was it a +2? I think that one.
Rescuing John tomorrow. Can I see the cat? My original plan, but for John.
I just realized my gear wasn't equipped because I unequipped it all for the event. So I'm just putting that back on there. Actions. Okay. So is it a plus axe or is it just straight attack?
Well, it counts as a normal hand axe +1.
Okay, so it's +1.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is 18.
Right, definitely hits. Roll some damage.
6 slashing damage.
Right. So as he waves his hand, the rope goes tense, and he is kicked off the little chair he's standing on. And before his body hits the rope end, the rope is cut, and he just lands on the stage. That's the first thing that happens. Second thing that happens is that all the guards immediately draw their weapons and start surrounding you.
I just immediately hands up.
Ingwe is going to disguise self as a guard.
Right.
And go to grab Jean.
Right. So there's a few that goes to grab Sean.
Yes.
You can get his left side. There's another one who gets his right side. And you are promptly patted down for weapons.
Yep.
And anything of dangerous nature is removed. And you and Lorien are both taken inside while the entire crowd boos at you and him.
Can I try to get myself in the position to take all Jean's things, like his weapons?
I don't think I don't think you would be fast enough because you would be further away from where he is when this happens. Like they are right in his front of him when he does this.
So I assume they de-gear me and then one grabs to walk away, and that's when Ingwe jumps in.
I just want to be I would have been close, but I just want to be with him. That's my priority. But yeah, sure.
You can go with him, but You are both escorted inside. Celeste, is there anything that you want to do in this chaos?
Well, I was actually going to do the same thing and disguise myself as a guard, but Ingwe got there before me.
But you can still follow as a guard as well.
Guards.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah. Well, she would kind of like just disguise herself into just like a nonchalant
Yeah.
human, like tan skin, dark hair, brown eyes, random dude.
Right.
Yep.
And
Nice.
disguise self in the armor and everything. And,
Very well. You are all entering a kind of a waiting room on the inside. Both John and Lorian have been brought to their knees, and they are being chained with shackles.
He's supporting all the chaining. I'd be like the most hardworking guard. I'd be helping anything that they do. I'm helpful.
Right. Eventually, Prince Bastian comes down. So you think you can just do whatever you want in this kingdom?
No, I don't.
Hmm.
But I thought doing that was the right thing.
Well, that's not to you to decide. You're just some peasant.
Somewhat. I'm the peasant that stopped that ball from last night going to shit.
But this individual have broken my daughter's honor, so there isn't a lot of options left for her to regain it.
I feel like she's going to be plenty honorable and all right, regardless.
Fortunately, it doesn't really work that way, but I'm not surprised you wouldn't know that.
Guess we just think things different ways. I respect someone regardless of their sexual circumstance.
I'm sure you would. It's a little hard to marry her off now that she's not as intact as she could have been.
So, you killed this man for that?
Oh, absolutely. He has destroyed my daughter's future.
You got very little hope in your daughter. That's a shame.
Well, I have lots of hope in her, but unfortunately the world is slightly a different place.
Yeah, like that eye in the sky. Bet we'd all like to know more about that.
Well, that is not my concern. My concern is
really?
to get this man injured heavily.
The information I have on it tells me that it's definitely your concern, and the concern of all your people, too.
Right, and what would a peasant like you know about that?
Sort of try pull my arm out and try to show the tattoo. And I go, because I'm directly linked to that fucking thing.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Well, what is my alternative to just let this individual go?
Pretty much. You tell the people that you killed him. Hell, tell them I killed him.
I don't think that would work.
All right. Well, hope you like blood on your hands.
Oh, I'm very comfortable. And he waves to all the guards, and the guards have been instructed to take Lorian back outside.
Sir, perhaps this, peasant man, he is right, to some extent. Wouldn't killing that bard, you know, a little bit easy, could maybe give him a fate worse than death. I mean, a man like that, all showy and flamboyant, banish him somewhere shit. Conscript him, get him to work for ya. You know, cleaning out the neighbouring villages of all that riffraff could be a good idea. I mean, it seems too easy to just kill him and let him get away with it. Maybe the dirty man here has a point.
What is your name, soldier?
My name is Balthazar.
Make a persuasion check.
I was gonna cast Charm Person,
Do you want to?
but I don't know. I'm nervous. Alright, yeah, fuck it. I'll also cast Charm Person.
Right. So I mean, it gives you advantage, I believe, if you're charmed already.
He has to make the save.
Yeah, you have to make a Wisdom
true.
saving throw.
I know this because I was going to do the exact same thing.
So I rolled a 17,
Okay, yeah, so it fails.
but he doesn't know that.
No, he only knows if it takes hold. He only knows afterwards.
Right.
But my persuasion, if I can fucking find it, because my palms are sweaty. It was a natural 18 plus 6 for 24. What are numbers?
Yep.
Right. He looks angry at you.
I lower my eyes a bit.
He puts both of his hands on your shoulder very firmly. He kisses you on the forehead and says, "You're right. Probably should do something more painful." Right. I'm gonna make him marry my daughter. Excellent choice, Balthasar. Thank you. And he waves the
That was all
guards
your
and they
idea, my lord.
pull him
was all
back
you.
in. Yes, of course it was. You all heard it. It came from me. Let this peasant go. He's learned his lesson. You two, and he points to both of you. Rough him up on the way out, and that'll be done with it. Don't let peasants
Come here,
talk to
you.
me like it.
Grabbing Jean by like the scruff of his shirt and pulling him up and get down. Prince Bastian doesn't want to look at you anymore, you filthy peasant scum. Shoving him out the door.
I got no idea you guys are gods, right?
No,
Oh.
no idea whatsoever.
Oh,
I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
okay.
you can actually, because it's a spell, so I guess you can kind of see that the hands aren't necessarily correlating with the touch.
Celeste
Because
would
it
have
kind of goes
done.
a little bit through.
Ingwe's
Yeah.
jam.
Mhm.
Gem as the
Gem
most
in,
jobs
like-
in King's Helm ever than anyone else.
Most wanted.
Ingwe's jam with like the guard's uniform on.
Celeste is just some random some guy that she saw back in some random village like 3 years ago.
And Ingwe will attack you with his full force of his punching blow. He will punch you in the face.
Right.
Fair.
You get roughed up a little bit on the way. One of the guards is a little
I don't
rough.
think he does.
But
It's
you...
-1 to attacks. So
but you make it look good at least.
I try
Yeah,
my
yeah.
very, very hardest.
I feel like the first hit, Sean's like, "What the hell was that?" And then looks and sees Jam and just like, "I better sell him this shit."
Did a fly land on my face?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
my nose.
So on the way out, you are pretty much led out by your two friends in disguise because they've been so ingenious and fast to make that decision. And Lorian is not executed, but
Becomes the
sentenced
next
to
prince
a
of the kingdom.
far worse sentence, perhaps. Because he is,
So-
after all, just the prince. He's not the crown prince, so there's no danger to the kingdom necessarily.
She would be the next like queen, if anything, and he would still be like.
Well, he's only
They'd be like
he's the
Charles.
so yeah. Well, he's the brother of the king.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
But he's
And
referred
it's
to
his
as prince.
daughter.
Mm.
So it's like the randos that you hear
Philip, I
in the
mean,
like
Charles.
the randos that are like in and then they're out and then like yeah,
Yep.
Definitely.
nobody.
Celeste would like be like pushing Jean and being like, "Out of our way! We're bringing this riffraff. We're gonna take him." And then to like get into an alley, and as she stumbles, she just like turn back into herself and just be like, "Oh my god."
Holy shit.
Anyway, that was very fast thinking. I'm surprised we made it out of there with our heads intact.
I can't believe the two of you were in there with me. How the hell did you... Holy shit. First of all, I'm sorry.
No, it's in a way I'm kind of almost glad that it happened. I mean, I could see no way out of that situation with Lorien. But by some miracle we've saved his life.
Yeah.
And I
Didn't
hope
know
to God that he never knows it's us.
Lorien? Or the prince?
Lorien. Oh, and the prince, I hope to God he never knows it's us either. But still.
This past 24 hours has been something. Would you guys mind getting me out of these shackles too?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
If you can.
They're not really locked properly.
Ingwe was the one doing it, so
Yeah.
it's like, how
Ingwe-
does shackles work? Like tying them up like you would rope.
I would
Ingwe
like.
strikes the shackles uselessly, and you realize that they're not really shackles.
So, I rolled a natural 1 for that.
Holy shit.
So you got pretty fucking lucky there. Just saying that.
Like I said, by a miracle.
Yep.
My plan was to just end up in jail with you and then be like, I'm a mouse, I'm a spider. As long as I can get there.
Well, it worked out.
Are we like out by an alley or something?
Yeah.
Like
She
around
would have
side?
made
I'm still
sure that
Jen.
we got to like some bumfuck like alley
Yeah.
where there's like no one. It's like the backs of like shops and there's like garbage and shit. Like she would have made it's like a
Sean sort of like moves his fingers around a little and then stops, puts his hand out, looks up at Celeste. Goes, the Senriel? And hopes the axe will come back from all the way wherever the hell it was.
Well, you were allowed to take his stuff with him.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
You didn't want
just,
this.
I imagine just
like
Celeste
leather
pocket
armor
into his
laying
hand
around.
or something.
No. That's okay. You were okay to take his stuff because it's not like important stuff. It's just like random
Yeah.
tools and
We
stuff.
took the weapons off him so he was not damaging the prince that came to speak to him.
Yes.
Why's that guy got 2 woodcutter's axe and the fanciest axe you've ever seen?
That's fair. But yeah, you eventually made it out of there as a sheer miracle.
Puts everything on, just slumps to the ground. Just like,
I think I need a moment to collect my thoughts.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. I think that I've got it now. We've been doing this the wrong way round. I have been following you, making your crazy decisions. And I've worked out that actually, I'm the smartest person here, but I don't understand what's going on. So, Jean, next time we want to do a crazy plan, can you trust that I will follow the intention of your plan? Because I will. And instead of you doing it the dumb way, we can do it the smart way.
After what the hell just happened there, you got it anyway.
What would have been the smart way, Ingwe?
To the smart way? I don't understand what the plan was.
Well, we only had seconds to react.
To what?
To Lorien being hung.
I don't understand why we were reacting to what Lorien was being hung.
Because we were charged with his safekeeping. And in a
And-
way,
but-
we felt
But then we spoke to
responsible.
Baal, and Baal said we're not responsible. And last night, you were specifically this person responsible for him. And when we had an opportunity to actually do something about it, I did and you didn't. So this isn't the thing that's frustrating me about... I don't understand. Like, yesterday, you were the person that was disinterested in helping this fellow.
Because I did
And-
not know that he was going to be executed. Until it
They
was too
said
late,
yet-
until he was being dragged away.
They said last night that he was going to be executed.
Yes, but he was being dragged away by guards and put into a carriage. So I thought that, if anything, we would have to go down to the garrison and, either bribe someone or speak to someone. And
And did you go down to the garrison?
no, I went so I could speak to Jean and Tam. And then I was going to wait for you, but then you decided to take
This
matters
is-
into your own hands anyway, without telling us.
I did tell you.
When? You told
This
us
is
that
the
you were
conf-
coming back.
This is the confusing thing. I understand. We have a communication issue here. We have a communication issue here because when I don't understand what the right thing to do is, but I understand much faster than you how to do the right thing when
What
we
was the
decide
right
that
thing?
to do what we did yesterday.
Well, how did you communicate that to us?
I didn't, because I didn't think I was in charge.
Well, no one's in charge.
John was in charge. You were yesterday because it was your man, and you said he was unimportant. So, and that's the problem, right? We're not communicating what the purpose of our actions are. And there's this secret thing where we don't tell people how we're feeling. We just feel it. I mean, I tell people how I'm feeling, and
I
I
tell
feel
people
like...
how I'm feeling.
What?
I tell people how I'm feeling.
Yeah, you did yesterday. You said he wasn't important.
I did not say that he was unimportant. I said that
So-
there was nothing I could do in that moment.
But why didn't we do what we did yesterday?
Because it wasn't an option yesterday.
Oh, you didn't have that spell? I do. Always.
What, to disguise ourselves as guard and run up and say, oh hey, we'll take him back?
Yes.
Well then why didn't you communicate that to me if that was your idea?
Exactly. It's my fault. I'm not criticizing you for this problem because I didn't. I'm terribly sorry. I'm
Hindsight
criticizing
is
Mr. John.
2020, Ingwe. Have you ever heard that saying?
Huh?
Hindsight is 2020.
Yes, exactly. And that's why we're communicating in the future how we're gonna.
How we should have communicated in the past. But how does that help us now?
Well, this is the issue, right? Because none of this makes any sense, and it feels like if I was in charge, we would have done the wrong thing, even though it was the most sensible thing to do, and we did what Mr. John wanted to do, and now the person that you were in charge of, you did the same thing. You were like, nah, we shouldn't do anything, and now he's an heir or the father of an heir to the throne.
I just want to put
Because-
in what we did was not exactly what I wanted to do. It was not my plan. I was thinking we could go speak to Valentina and see if she, being with her importance, see if she could do anything. We just so happened to come by and see them setting him up, and
At the
The
time,
plan
they
has to
said that they
change.
were going to kill him. They were killing him, and we just happened.
yeah. Well, I don't know about you, but I lost track of time. I thought we had a lot more time than we actually did.
I didn't
I-
realise it was so late in the day either.
I thought we had at least another hour.
Jacob thought we did too. Anyway, however,
Well, I did try to track it as much as possible,
Yeah.
back and forth and stuff. So.
Ingwe knew the whole time
Yeah.
that the time was ticking and we were doing dumb shit.
Also, I'm definitely not the leader. We came together doing the same job on the same level, and we've continued. And as friends, there's no one above each other.
Well, I suppose that's the thing that's about traveling as a group, right? Is recognizing the skills and experience that each of the group. I think leader's the wrong word. I agree with you because I'm not trying to form some sort of hierarchical structure in our party. I
am just trying to articulate that I follow you, and sometimes I shouldn't. Sometimes you dismiss my intelligence because of my lack of understanding of what is important. And perhaps if you just were honest and said what your goals were, I could give you a strategic way to meet those goals.
Understood. But I feel like, especially after last night, I've been pretty honest with you. Outside of that,
Well,
there's not really anything that comes to mind I've kept.
well, when we left Baal,
Mm-hmm.
my understanding was that he was not important. So
Okay.
your honesty isn't the same as you communicating effectively with me. Because when we left that bar, I thought that we weren't going to do anything because he was unimportant.
Okay. I was still uncertain at the time myself. I had not come to a decision on my own point of view. I was still looking about, confused and uncertain, but I felt like something had to be done in some capacity, and I thought at minimum a conversation with Valentina would have been the first approach. And I think we need to see her regardless after what she's given us, that card. So yeah, I thought the approach would be the best way. You wanted to stop here as well and stand by and do something. I still don't know what you wanted to do. You said you just needed to be here. You you didn't communicate your plan either. Sometimes trust can be blind,
Yes.
but sometimes people just don't know what they want to do.
I understand. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I don't. I think it's completely fine. You've expressed yourself, and I understand where you're coming from. I see what you're saying, but I think no one will ever agree 100% with each other, even best friends. But have different views on different things, and we just got to try to respect each other's as best we can, and sometimes just trust the other person might know what they're doing, even when sometimes they don't.
Well, that's the that's the com that's the thing that's made me, what's this feeling? Frustrated. I think is the if you don't know what you're doing, that's the bit that I can't. That's the bit that I can't deduce.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know, because I don't feel like that. I do know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. If that is truly the case, I envy you anyway. 'Cause to have that sound of mind, that's something a lot of people seek for.
So the conversation we're having now is what should we do? And
I,
speaking to Valentina is sensible. I have no qualms with that as a object course of action for our current progress. I think speaking to your family is more important, and I don't understand why this person is relevant, and I was the first to react to protect him.
understood. I regarding my family, I mentioned why I don't want to tell them. I think it's too much stress for my sister right now. I will tell her in time, and I don't know if my mother will be able to keep it from my sister. So for now, I prefer to keep it from them, but I will tell them just when I think the time is right.
Ray would have understand what you said. Jacob's struggling to follow the logic. I think the thing that I missed was when I said your family. I think I was talking about like let's go off into the mission in the bush and kill zombies, rather
Oh, that
than
side of it.
yeah. I
Yes.
can't.
Sean
We've had
understood it
quite a
as
complex conversation.
yeah. Sean understood it
I've-
as telling his sister and his mother about the situation.
Yeah. So I am. Yeah, I'm really focused on the end.
Yeah.
Mission, and I know we've got distracted and being, and I've broken the roleplay element of it because I got confused.
As you're talking, you also notice that it's starting to slightly rain, and you can see that the sky isn't that clear today. It's more of a dark gray. A little bit of a rumble going on. But
All right. Should we continue this another time? Why don't we go chat with Valentina? See why she gave us this card, and we'll figure out the next steps, and we'll make sure to communicate all of our plans as best we can.
I will, just in case you're unaware of the connection between Valentina and potentially us, and that eye in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much you know about the Karamesh family.
Little to none.
So, from what my understanding is, and I'm sure that the god will speak into my head if I'm relaying the wrong information, but the Karameshis are the oldest family, as I've said, and they have much to do with the God Gate. Do you know of the God Gate?
I think I've heard it mentioned in passing. Yourself and Tam may have had a conversation about it, I think.
Millennia ago, the gods separated all the races on this plane of existence because there was too much war and fighting. And mountains sprang up between their settlements so that none could pass. Millennia passed, an entire era passed, until the gods had deduced that the animosity between the races had fizzled out as the generations progressed. And there was a family that was able to open that gate and rejoin the races once more. And that family was the Karameshi family. And this eye in the sky, which we've come to know as the God's Eye, and with our tattoos that have appeared on our skin, seemingly to coincide with the eye appearing, I have to wonder if perhaps there is some link between the Karameshi family, the God's Gate, God's Eye, and what's happening to us.
Well,
Yeah,
shit.
is that correct? Vaguely, yeah, cool.
And do I know it? Would that be a common story in my history?
no, not really. You haven't. You know about the God Gate, but
Yeah.
you've vaguely heard maybe a mention of the name. It's not really been the focus of the stories that you have been told. It's more about the story of what happened when it opened and what happened before and such. Not really the family. That was not really seen as that super important.
But that sense of like the gods introduced to separate the races.
Yes, that's definitely known to you from the way that you were brought up.
And the Karameshis are irrelevant to that.
Yeah, like from your perspective, they don't really matter. It was just some family.
Cool. Thank you.
So her family was instrumental in reuniting the races. And I just have to wonder if that eye now appearing in the sky and these tattoos and the mark of obviously of the Karameshi family being those lines which are indicated on our very skin would be why she struck an interest with us.
Yeah. I thought she was just gonna give us another like bodyguard job, but shit. That's that title of most important family making a lot more sense now.
They are the oldest family. They are the family.
I think it might be best you lead in the conversation if you're comfortable with that, Celeste. I don't think I got the knowledge to keep up with whatever will be spoken about. So I'm just gonna put all my trust in you. And anyway, what do you know about all this?
Well, I don't have any specific knowledge of the Karameshis, but the story is consistent with the elders. I suppose my question, which has been my question all along, is I understand the relationship between the greater problem and the smaller, and my focus has consistently been on the smaller problem, and it feels like we've been really impulsive. So you say a statement, John, like, I trust you, Celeste, to lead us, and then throw an axe at a person that's being hung that's irrelevant. And that's the bit that I don't understand. So I would like to go and meet your son and kill zombies. I think. But you don't want to do that. And what Celeste says is far more important than that. So I'll do that too.
I definitely want to do that. Don't you worry. Just
It's also a matter of proximity, Ingwe.
yeah.
We are much closer to this problem than we are to the next.
If this problem leads to all of us dead, ain't gonna be much help the other.
So you get like a blank stare from Ingwe that's like, I'm listening. I can turn into a mouse and run away. The like sense of danger is non-existent.
Yep.
Has no comprehension of like your sense of immediacy. That's the breakdown in communication is clearly like, this is the problem, John. This is the problem in front of me. I'll smack it with a hammer. Anyway, I'm gonna live for 1,000 years. What are we up to? So okay, let's go see Valentina and Karameshi. That wasn't me opposing to the plan. That was
that
was the point.
By the way, I was meant to ask this before. Tell me if otherwise. But Jonas would have been having a nap, right, in the cart?
Yes.
Can we say for the purpose of that, Jean would have taken the cart to this point? He would have guided it, and then from now on he'll take it as well. And
no problem.
Leave Jonas napping in the back.
All good. He's having a good old time.
Yes.
So you're driving it to the Karamesi estate, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Right. As you arrive, you are faced with the brick wall as you have seen before. It does not currently open.
Any sort of like guards or official looking individuals around?
Not that you can see, no. There's a few windows here and there and some statues and such, but there's nothing that seems to be a door or a person.
I'm going to step out of the cart and I'm going to hold up the card. I'm going to say, we have a personal invitation from Miss Karameshi herself.
Right. One of the statue's eyes lights up as soon as you take out the card and the wall starts going up.
Got to know the secret passcode to get into places like this.
That's why you got to take the lead.
So you drive the cart into the space that you have been in before. And there is this tunnel. And again, it looks a little bit like a underground train station, there's a little platform with one door. And as you stop the carriage there, you see two of the guards are standing there waiting, and one of them opens the door. And they show you to the door.
Before going, John's gonna go over to the back and just gently shake Jonas. Just be like,
No, oh,
"Jonas,
I must have dozed off.
it's fine. You keep resting. Not to create any concern or anything, but just so you're aware, we're currently on the property of the Karameshi family. So just chill,
Right.
and we won't be long.
Okay. Kind of
Doesn't want you
pulls
waking up and not knowing where you were.
his jacket up over himself, trying to hide himself a little.
Shud will also inform one of the guards. Just be like, driver's just in the back there, just having a bit of a sleep.
Right. Thanks.
All right. And then head on. Follow the lead of Celeste.
So most of the stone in this first region here, as you can see through the door, is made of marble. There's a set of stairs that leads up into the next room. Again, marble. But this room is like if you go to a museum and there's an open space. It is huge. It's full of statues. It's full of very large paintings. Don't seem to recognize most of these individuals. But there are some statues of creatures, some of dragons, some of ordinary animals. Seems like a collection of knowledge, so to speak. And there's a set of stairs that goes up into a balcony with a red carpet leading the way. And in the middle of the stairs, you see Valentina.
So as we're entering this area, kind of when we get into that first hallway, Celeste is going to go over to Ingwe. Just say, Ingwe, just so that we are absolutely clear on the communication front, we are not to take anything from this estate.
I'm just imagining Way like immediately putting something back.
puts the door down. But
Sorry,
across from you,
I was distracted by the. I was just momentarily distracted by. Sorry, what was that?
So just so we're absolutely clear on communication, and so there is no agency for any misinterpretation, we are not to take anything without it being offered to us from this estate. No slipping
Good
things
clar-
into pockets trying to be unseen.
Good clarification. You don't need to tell me again. Money was the last goal that we talked about. Very one goal at a time kind of guy. I'm impressing the Karameshis. Or finding John's son. But either of those goals.
so across from you, from the other side, you can see Valentina. This whole room makes her look tiny because it is so big. She's wearing a very different outfit than what you saw last time. She's not wearing a hijab, but she's not wearing a dress. She's wearing leather pants, a white shirt, and a little green vest. She has little glasses on today, and she's carrying a book as she's waving you over.
Celeste will walk up but stop probably a good 5 feet away from her. I'm not enclosing into her space.
As you approach, she reaches out her hand and presents it to shake your hand.
She would take her hand and shake it.
Celeste, I presume, and Ingwe, and Mr. Ortonfall, Sean. Don't worry, I have sent for your friend as well. He will be here shortly. Please come with me. I think we have quite a bit to catch up on. And she leads you up the stairs. You're led into another room that is a long hallway. Lots of statues, a lot of pedestals. Most of this house looks like a museum. She leads you to a T intersection where you can see that to the right there is a section that looks a little bit like a lobby area with sofas, indoor plants, and that sort of stuff. On the right, it seems like there's a indoor swimming pool of some sort. She doesn't lead you left or right. She goes to the wall. She places both her hands on the wall in a specific spot, clicks it in, and turns it. And as she does, the wall disappears, and you see a door 30 feet by 30 feet of solid gold. It's a double door. The middle seal is the eye. Around all of these little points around her, that's like a star map around the eye. You see again the intersections that matches up to what looks like your tattoos. She places her hand on the eye, and the door starts opening. She leads you into another room. It's a small archway of sorts. It leads into another door. This door, once again, only opens to her touch. And then she leads you into a small room. It's not a tiny room by any chance. It's a large room by itself, but small compared to what you've seen so far. It's full of paintings on the wall. There's artifacts and papers, and it looks more like a study or a workshop of some sort. There's contraptions hanging from the ceiling in chains. She asked you to please sit down.
Take a seat.
Yeah.
Looking at everything in the room. Trying to see if there's anything that she might recognize or anything like that. Just looking at everything before looking back at Valentina.
Right. Each of you make a perception check.
Can I also cast Detect Magic?
You can.
Dirty 20.
Right. And Celeste?
Natural 20 plus 3. 23.
Right. And Ingrid?
19 anyway.
Right. So with the Detect Magic, almost everything in this room is magical.
Yeah.
Including the room itself.
Yep.
What you do see is you recognize some of the paintings to be similar to the visions that you had. You see a painting of this Furbolg. You see a painting of the creature held bound by shackles. You see the eye in the water, and you see the eye in the sky. See all of these things that you've already seen before. You also see in the middle of the room there is a pedestal upon where there is a book with purple binding with 4 gems on it. Sean, you also notice that there is a strange resemblance to the room itself. Most of the lines in here intersect in certain ways that looks like the same pattern you have on your arm. Unlike the door, it is very unique and very easy to recognize now that you know what to look for. Most of the paintings in here have been painted with that as the way of painting it. So if you look close enough, the paintings have actually been painted with those lines. But when you look from it afar, it just looks like a painting. Celeste, you notice 4 pedestals this high on a shelf. First one resembling a man and a little boy holding hands. And a woman with her eyes seemingly glowing slightly red. One is a young Furbolg sitting on a tree, a little tree trunk, with notes coming into his head and exiting on the other side. One looks very familiar, very similar to the one that you saw in your vision, and the last one is blank. The room itself is stacked with papers and books The entire wall is full of books. Overhead there is lights coming through, and overhead kind of, it's like a big window near the intersections of smaller pieces of glass connecting to each other. The room itself is a little dusty. In fact, you notice a little bit of dust most of the places in this house. It's a big house, so it's easy to get dusty, but it doesn't seem to be as fancy as you thought it was going to be. Not like speaking clear. It's not like Danica and Mita's home. It's always clean. This seems more functional. Some of the contraptions seems to be machines of some sort. Some kind of contraption to put on your back. One to put on your hand. Not necessarily like weapons, but more like tools. There's a picture of the birds leaving the area. Not a picture, like a drawing of a painting, I guess. A painting of the picture, of a painting of the birds leaving the area, as you saw, and the sky with the eye in the sky. I think that is it. There is also some paintings which have strange geometrical shape, kind of like L's of some sort, all looking slightly different. And I think that is what I have here. Yep. That's pretty much it. On the table itself, you see a large map of the world. You see little tokens put different places on the map. And you see the papers left on the map on the table next to it is almost like schematics, battle plans, mechanical plans, architectural plans. She gives you a moment to take in the room. And then finally, she says something. Well, welcome to my humble abode. I be surprised if you don't have a million questions, so maybe we should get started.
Ingwe will be fascinated by everything and drawn to the book.
Right.
So unless anyone's stopping him moving, like guards or my own party with their comments.
There's no guards in here. It's just you and her.
Yeah. So does she let us kind of like, as you've described, just in a long description, does she let us kind of like wander around?
Yes.
And touch things?
She doesn't stop you from doing anything.
So I'm going to kind of not wander around, but kind of directly be like, wow, straight to the book.
Right. Well, you're straight in front of a book.
And I'll pick it up.
Right. As you go to pick it up, it's kind of attached to the pedestal.
Yeah.
And you realize this isn't a real book.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like a statue of a book or some kind of fabrication of how it looks. And you can see that the eyes aren't eyes like they were in the vision. They're gems. Like, it's really well made. It's made with the same leather binding, but it's not a real book. It's a
and is that, as I walk kind of looking, is that consistent with all the other things that we've seen? Like, they're not the actual thing. It's like they've described a thing and someone's made it.
Well, most of the other things are real things. The pedestals are real. They are physical things. The paintings are real, physical things. But the book is just not the book that you thought it was.
And the like machines and stuff that you've described look like they're working machines.
Look like they're functional machines. They have dust and dirt on them, some of them.
I will turn to her and say, This is a fantastic representation of the story you've created.
Well, it's taken a few thousand years to get all this stuff together, so thank you, I guess.
You didn't create it, you just found it.
No, this is my family's legacy. That's what this has been. It's been my life since I was a child. It's been my father's life until he lost interest, and it's been my grandfather's entire life, and his grandfather, and his grandfather, and his grandfather.
It's good to carry stories.
Well, this is just one story.
Okay, I'm on board with that. Do you know what it means?
Well, seems that each of you have a tattoo, as far as I can gather. And your associate on the way also has one, as far as my employees have
Yeah, there's
noted
four.
me as.
There's four. What's the blank one? How come? What? This one over here is like what? Would we have described? Did we have a conversation where we described our visions?
No.
Sean did not at the time.
We all saw each other's though, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you could all see each other,
Yeah.
but you never had a conversation about it.
Yeah, so I know they're all. Yeah, okay.
Mm.
This one's mine, and this one's Mr. John's. I don't know what it means, and this one's Celeste, and this the blank one. That must be Mr. Tam's. Why is it blank?
Never had a vision.
Well, until the vision takes hold, there's not much these pedestals can do. They all linked to the force of Gazarian Keystone, and if they haven't been fully activated, then they're not able to pick it up. Same with all these visions on the paintings. They're all automatically generated as soon as they are experienced.
Weird. They
This
look
Karamishi. Oh, sorry, Ingwe, I didn't mean to cut you off.
they look old, but you're saying they were created in the moment that we had them.
Oh, the paintings change over time. Like before the Eye in the Sky, most of these paintings had different images on them. Some of them similar creatures, but not in the same detail as they are now. And I would guess that if something should happen and this whole thing were to reset once again, then I guess there would be other paintings, other images on these magical pedestals.
Wow, crazy. What do you think, Miss Celeste?
Miss Karameshi, you mentioned the Kazarian's keystone.
Yes.
What is that? We've seen it, we've held it, and we've experienced it, but
Well, it appears that you have touched it, that's for sure.
well, I can tell you right now, it was not intentional.
It never is. How religious are you? Because this might get weird.
The gods are real. Is there anyone?
Yeah, of course they are. It's not.
And
I'm
I
not
know
questioning
about them.
their existence, but my family has one secret that we've been trying to share with the world, but the world doesn't want to know about it, so we've kept it a secret instead.
Sean is ready to not understand anything.
Ingwe doesn't understand that statement. We have a secret. We wanted to tell people, but instead of telling people, we kept it secret. No, actually, I get it. 100%. I'm way on board because that's my life. Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't call myself religious. No.
Right. A long time ago, Loth had a bit of a falling out with the rest of the gods. She went to Earth to... Sorry, she went to the Earth, our plane of existence, to learn more about the creatures living here. One thing in particular that she found was a human man named Azeril. And Strangely enough, she did not tell him who she was. She kept it hidden. And she fell in love. She fell in love with this individual who was just a man. And she spent days and nights with him before she returned back to Plane of the Gods. Fortunately, she was pregnant. The rest of the gods didn't seem to appreciate her carelessness, so they banished her. Sent her back to the plane of existence that we are currently on without any powers. She got quite furious, and so did Asriel. Knowing as much about the world as she did, she knew that there was another way. Creatures can sometimes be far more powerful than gods, if left unchecked. When the first world was created before the one we are on now, the gods didn't stand the theory of gravity. And they placed a lot of creatures on the first world that simply just fell off into what seemed to be nothing. It was not nothing. Creatures that fell off, they perished. They became spirits. But at the time, there was nowhere for these spirits to go. That hadn't been invented yet. As the second world was created, the first half of the first world was simply just cast aside. You know it today as the Nine Hells. But back then, the spirits inhabiting that region was very powerful. And Loth knew this. And she knew that the only way to get her power back was simply to get powers from somewhere else and beat the other gods into submission. So she and Asriel, being in love as they were, had to go and visit these spirits to gain favor and power. Unfortunately, because Loth herself was pregnant with what is today known as Iluma, or to some as Iluma, son of Loth, and I'll get to that later. She could not go herself because it would be too dangerous for her child. Instead, Asriel went. He spent long time, many days, nights, months, some even say years, with these spirits deep down in the darkness. He learned their power and their knowledge. And when he finally returned, he didn't look the way he did when he entered. Because the creatures that had given him power had also altered him. So when Loth finally was reunited with her husband, he looked like something else. But her bloodlust and revenge was too strong to simply cast him aside based on his looks. And they started writing a book. The Book of Shadows, which contained all the forbidden knowledge that the spirits have obtained by listening to the gods. The book itself contained enough power to make someone into something strong as a god, or maybe even more. Second era broke into war because Loth suddenly started to fight back. Long story short, she betrayed Asriel, who is now known as Asmodeus, and her son hated her for it, as he rejoined with his father in hell. Eventually, Loth regained her power by simply betraying them, but the book still remains. The god Larek had obtained the book and wanted to keep it secret, so he gave the book to my great ancestor, who then put it in the safest place he knew, the Gesseran Labyrinth. Where this labyrinth is today, unfortunately no one knows. But the map of the labyrinth is currently making its way to your arms. And eventually, it will give you a full map of how to navigate through this labyrinth. But a lot of creatures have been awoken by the activation of the keystone. And the prophecy, which has been told for almost 1,000 years now, have finally come to its fullest. The legacy of darkness. You've all been marked by this keystone, which is simply supposed to be a beacon to help someone find it in case they would ever need it. Or destroy the world if that's what they want. You can't remove it unless someone kills you. If someone kills you, it will transfer to them.
Wow.
The book wants to be found, and whatever darkness was inside of the keystone will try to make it found. There's one way out that my books tell of, that is to destroy the book before the wrong people get their hands on it. Fortunately, there's a few steps needed for this specific thing to occur. First of all, you need to find out where this labyrinth is. Well, we do. I guess I'm extending my arm. We also need to find the keys that unlock the entrance to the labyrinth. 5 pieces in total. And we also need to obtain a weapon strong enough to destroy this powerful magical item. That one I'm still working on. I'm not sure if you have any questions, but I believe that this would be a perfect time if you do.
Like, my mind is alive with 1,000 questions, but doesn't know how to formulate them into words.
It's a bit much.
I need to process it.
Right, well, the only clue I have that we have been able to dig up is that my grandfather Gideon knew where these artifacts are, where these keystones or pieces of the key is. I've only been able to find one link so far, and it's a poem. I will read it to you and see if it makes any sense to you. Within the egg, a nation lies. Follow the river of time to where the sun is blocked. Only in battle can such be won, a virtue of honor. A gate in stone, a road in wood. That is so far all I have. We have spent generations trying to work this out, trying to map out alternative measures in case this prophecy comes to its fullest. We even tried to find ways of reproducing the God Gate and reverse engineering it. So far, we haven't been able to find a viable solution. And seeing as you are on my doorstep randomly, I believe that maybe we do have a chance.
Sort of feels strange. Never really been involved in anything bigger than myself. And to be told that potentially the fate of the worlds could intertwine with ours is quite something to wrap your head around.
Well, if you should fail, I'm sure the Keystone would find someone else, and the circle continues. But
Did you know about us, this, before seeing us at the event?
no,
Is that why we got the job?
no, I didn't have anything to do with that. That was Mr. Baal. But I am happily surprised I didn't have to search any longer. Even though these pedestals do tend to show some sort of resemblance, it does not really show me enough details to figure out who you are. But not
Almost quite literally fell into your lap. Funny how
Indeed.
fate works.
Maybe it's luck, maybe it's misfortune, but it appears that you're all in this together, and I believe that I might be able to at least help a little bit with all my knowledge of this matter. And there's a green flash in the corner of the room, and then it darts up the sky and breaks through the window. And for a second, you see this imp-like creature flying off into the sky. She looks very surprised as well. Ah, fuck. Well, we better get on with it before they find out. And that's where we'll leave today's episode.
Oh my god. This was like Lore Central tonight's episode. God damn.
Sorry, I hope your head's alright.
I got notes. Whew.
My notes are like just words.
Yep.
Like labyrinth, key, weapon, darkness, army,
think I
egg
got it.
nation.
Most of what Tom said, near word for word.
Oh, lucky.
The only thing I didn't get 100% was the poem, but I will grab that.
I'll
from
send it to you if you need.
Yeah.
Without the egg, a nation lies. Follows the river of time to where the sin is blocked, only to equal dollar sign.
Oh, good. I'm glad that you're on it.
Glad you got that part. Fair enough.
Like a court transcriber.
Yeah.
I have the first sentence of all of everything that Tom just said. And then it's gibberish.
Well,
Oh, wait a second. I have him verbatim, except... What's an ans? Or a tutak? Or a duif? Or...
what?
Are you high?
No, I was really I'm tired. I'm sleepy, and I've just read back my thing, and I've like tried to verbatim write what he said, and like not typed very well, and so I've just read it back, and I'm pretty sure I've got most of the words of the things that he said, but my spelling's terrible. So
We
it's
just
like
need like a Jacob Translate, like Google Translate, where you can just like copy paste.
It's like reading like a 4-year-old's like writing, where you're like, when they explain the word and what it is, you're like, of course,
I can
that
see
makes
how you
sense.
got that.
Fair enough.
Oh, that was awesome. Such a great session.
Yeah.
Well, you got a little bit more information at least now.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Wow.
Oh, man.
And an ally. It's not quite clear though whether they're an ally or like. They definitely know about us.
Celeste is enchanted.
Alright. Well, I think we should roll to see who we're gonna raid.
Oh,
Oh.
yes.
I'm gonna
Ooh, level 7.
fail on the raid.
Gonna say, I think I'm cursed to never choose it. That's all right. 7, by the way.
I got 7 as well.
Hey.
I got a 6.
Whew.
Oh, I would like
7's the winner.
Sean to decide.
Holy snap. All right.
Oh, too soon.
Boom, boom.
They're doing a rerun. They're doing a rerun.
Hmm.
They are not. And they are not. Let's rate our friends at roll for damage. I feel like every Monday it's going to be a lot of the same people. It seems to be a lot of the same people. So I'm gonna say roll for damage.
Roll for damage.
Yeah, they seem to be in the middle of a battle with what looks to be a giant dragon.
That sounds
Hell
interesting.
yeah, let's watch that. Love me some dragon.
Yeah.
Righty.
All right. Here we
Let's
go. Your notes. So I just read the comment from Wolf. Good old video. At least we got that.
Well, as long as my notes work.
That's it. That's it. Most important notes. Alrighty. That is good to go.
Right up.
Sweet. It's just loading the raid up now because it's got to do that load thing.
Load.
Wolf, they were doing like a giant rerun last time. I don't even think they're live now. It's just the biggest rerun of all time. Okay, ready to go. Rating in 5, 4,
Hi
3,
everyone, love you.
1. Bye. Thanks for tuning in. And we've rated.